Observe the deliberations of this Honorable House today. And so I'd ask that the Honorable House takes further note of their presence at this particular sitting. Also, Madam Speaker, I'd like to welcome the members of the gallery from the constituencies of the contributing members to the sectoral debate today. I note with interest the members from St. Catharines Central, who are here, no doubt, for the Minister of Gender, Culture, Entertainment, and Sports, as well as the member from North Eastern, right? St. Catherine, it seemed to be a St. Catherine Day today. Sorry, Lothian. Yeah. The member also from Clarendon Southwestern, his constituents who are here to witness the presentation that they'll be making. Madam Speaker, the proceedings today will follow as normal as we do for sectoral debates. We try to enable our speakers to have some level of freedom to make their presentations at an early stage in the proceedings. And therefore, I move for the suspension of the standing orders to allow for you to take the item public business as the first item and for us to revert to the other areas of the agenda at a later point. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. House Leader, I must add that Professor Gibbs is from my alma mater, St. Catherine High School. It is wonderful to see so many of us who are from the Jamaican diaspora always promoting Brand Jamaica and welcoming our friends abroad to our shores. Thanks for being here. I hope you enjoy your stay with us. As asked by House Leader, members, the question is that we suspend all items on the agenda and move directly to public business. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Public business. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now ask you to invite the Minister of Gender, Sports, Entertainment, and Culture, and the Member of Parliament for St. Catherine Central to make her presentation.
I know we can do better than that. Let's make welcome to her feet the Member of Parliament for St. Catherine Central. Our Minister of Gender, Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sports. Minister Grange, our Deputy House Leader as well. Welcome. I look forward to your presentation today.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I see my duty as a Member of Parliament and a Minister to enable the people to achieve their dreams. An enabler is someone who makes things possible. Enabling is about creating the conditions for people to thrive and prosper. Being an enabler requires vision for the future that you want to create, commitment to the people you are called to serve, and determination to press on in the face of challenges, while always opening new doors of opportunity and creating new avenues of prosperity. Being an enabler is about service to the people. I take inspiration from my leader, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, the builder and the chief enabler who has created the conditions for so many Jamaicans to rise and to improve their quality of life. Under the Wholeness government, we have seen major developments in every area of national life, including, of course, the areas I cover: culture, gender, entertainment, and sport. I thank the Prime Minister for his confidence in me to work as part of his team to enable a better, more prosperous life for the Jamaican people through his vision and policies. I also wish to thank and acknowledge the hardworking, resilient, loyal people of Central St. Catherine, with whom I've had a long relationship. When I look at where we're coming from, I say, praise the Lord. Working, hallelujah, working with the people, with all the stakeholders and the law enforcement, we have been able to transform communities that had a reputation for violence into models of peace, safety, and security. Thanks to Prime Minister Andrew Holness's administration's management of the economy, many businesses, small and large, have been enabled to make investments in Central St. Catherine that have created new opportunities and blessed the lives of the constituents. As a Member of Parliament, I continue to pursue the holistic development of Central St. Catherine through investments in education, health, social welfare, sports, and community empowerment. In the last few years, we completed major infrastructure works and rehabilitation. And I want to call some of the areas, as some of those folks are here and some are listening and watching. St. John's Road, Winters Pen, Job Lane, Fairfield Road, St. John's Avenue, Hampton Green, McCoy Land, Brunswick Avenue, Ellerslie Gardens, Railway Lane, sections of Towers Meadows, Prince Avenue, William Street, Cumberland Road, Gordon Boulevard, Upper Grove, Starple Close, Rose Upper Close, and I could go on and on and on. We have seen large numbers of street lights installed in areas, and we have constructed many welcome signs and street signs across the constituency. So when you come into Central St. Catherine now and you come into Spanish Town, you can't believe. You can't believe it's the same place where sometimes people would be so scared of Spanish Town. But we're doing well. And I really want to thank the constituency and members of the constituency for being loyal, faithful, respectful, and, of course, ensuring that we keep a peaceful constituency. Our social program includes construction of houses, social housing through Hope, assistance with housing repairs, funeral grants, monthly care packages, and I could go on and on. We have installed already 10 Wi-Fi hotspots through partnership with Universal Service Fund. Our major sports development achievements include construction of multipurpose courts, and we are currently completing a major multipurpose center. So the transformation of Central St. Catherine has been a source of fulfillment. We have been through the fire. There have been many blood, sweat, and tears. And I would say to my neighboring members of Parliament, we know what it feels like. But we have been able to work together in spite of political differences. We have had our challenges, but I think today we have more or less overcome those challenges and we are working together. So I'm happy to have been the enabler of positive transformation in Central St. Catherine. I thank the people for their love and support over the years as we have worked hand in hand for the upliftment of the constituency. I also wish to express appreciation to the constituency management team, including the hardworking and committed councillors. And I want to acknowledge the presence of my councillors who are here today in the gallery. Councillor Turner, Councillor Cookhorn, and Councillor Shackelford. I also want to acknowledge the students from the Spanish Town High School, headed by Malik Walker and the rest of the team, some of the tertiary students who have assisted in getting scholarships, and of course, my good friend Mayor Belnavis and Councillor Ian Isaacs and the team who are here today to give me support. I really thank them so much for coming. Pardon? It just shows teamwork. We support each other. We support each other. To my colleagues in the cabinet, as well as you, Madam Speaker, and all members of this honorable House, I thank you for your support and friendship. I thank my two permanent secretaries, the only ministry with two permanent secretaries, my board chairs and heads of agencies, and the team across the full spectrum of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport. I want to especially thank my drivers and my close protection officers, those who suffer most from my long hours. I recognize your unwavering support and commitment. Please allow me to express my special love and gratitude to Paula, my daughter, and Jonathan, my son-in-law, who are also present in the gallery today. I also wish to acknowledge Mr. Sutherland, who is manager of the Sectoral Bank in Spanish Town. And I especially want to acknowledge him because he's a success story. Months old, his mother took him and left him with someone and never came back for him. And he grew up in the SOS Children's Village in Montego Bay. Today, he's chairman of SOS. And he's here today because as the manager of the Sectoral Bank, and Sectoral has invested tremendously in Spanish Town. They have a wonderful development there, mixed use, residential, and commercial facilities. And he said to me when he was told that he was being sent to Spanish Town, everybody said, no, 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 that's not the place to go. And he's so happy. He says he has never received so much love as he has received from the people of Spanish Town. So I want to thank him for his support. So I wish to remind us all that my ministry continues the role of enabler, being comprised by the 4 pillars of social, economic, cultural, and spiritual development for Jamaica. Culture, gender, entertainment, and sport have been globally recognized as the foundations on which Brand Jamaica has been constructed, while the stories of the Jamaican people are the sustainable features of the brand. And of course, Destination Jamaica also benefits. And Minister Bartlett recognizes that every time. It's not by chance that culture, entertainment, and sport are the foundations of the nation brand. It is a reflection of the skill, the creativity, the vision, and hard work of our practitioners, sustained in part by the enabling environment that successive governments have sought to establish. In this, we continue to give thanks for the work of former Prime Minister, the late Most Honorable Edward Seaga, who established institutions to preserve and promote Jamaican culture and talent in all its forms. The result of this investment is that the name Jamaica has become synonymous with the world over with culture, creativity, and sports. During the last 4 years, the ministry has provided $734 million in grant funding to enable the staging of cultural, entertainment, and sports events of various sizes. Artist tour support, travel by sports teams, scholarships, athletes assistance program, athletes appreciation grants, and grants to the gender sector. In addition, through the Sports Development Foundation, we invested more than $4.6 billion between 2016 and 2024 in developing national school and community sports infrastructure, as well as funding the development programs of the national sports federations, as well as procuring equipment, supporting track meets, enhancing athlete welfare, and supporting technical training. In the last financial year, the Sports Development Foundation constructed and fenced 8 multipurpose courts, developed 4 fields, 1 pool, installed lights, and donated hurdles and lawn mowers. Among the beneficiaries were Anota Bay High School in St. Mary, Crystal House, Greater Portmore High in St. Catherine, Belfield High in Manchester, Rashid Primary in Kingston, Rousseau Primary in Kingston, and Halfway Tree Primary in St. Andrew. In this financial year, the SDF has allocated $247 million for infrastructure development across the island, and this includes Port Royal. Mr. Paulwell. Our new running track at the National Stadium in the colors of our Jamaican flag is the most beautiful in the world. We had planned to replace the track during the build-out phase of the National Stadium redevelopment project. However, in light of concerns about the health, safety, and performance levels of our athletes competing on the track, we had to respond in time for boys and girls champs. I'm pleased to say that the work was completed on time and within the government's budget of $350,000 US. In the last financial year, my ministry accepted a proposal from United Kingdom firms Ryder Architecture and CAA Icon for the redevelopment of the National Stadium. And a feasibility study is actually on the way. We are still on track to break ground for the National Stadium redevelopment project before August this year. We also completed the installation of new floodlights at the National Stadium, and we recently replaced the lights at Sabina Park. The new lighting at Sabina Park will enable the return of night cricket in Jamaica. And in July this year, Australia will be here to play, and we will be able to go and enjoy cricket day and night. The new lights, along with the new display boards, which are being installed as we speak. I want to indicate here that through our bilateral agreement with the government of India, we will have new scoreboards mounted at Sabina Park. And those boards were specially designed for Jamaica. In furtherance of our goal, we welcome the new International League Grand Slam track to Jamaica earlier this year. We believe that Grand Slam track will prove to be a game changer for the sport, and we were proud that our National Stadium in Kingston was the first ever venue for Grand Slam track. We anticipate a long and beneficial relationship with the league, its commissioner, the Olympian Michael Johnson, and his team. Madam Speaker, today I announce the finalization and signing of an MOU between the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, and the Ministry of Sport and the Olympic and Paralympic Games of the French Republic, which enables a partnership between the Faculty of Sports at the University of the West Indies, Mona, and the Center of Resources, Expertise, and Performances in Sports in Guadeloupe. The objective of the MOU is to promote sports, education, and science in sports, and encourage cooperation in Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sports, and I quote, organizing big international sporting events. We also acknowledge with gratitude the completion of the Jamaica Technical Assistance in Sport Corporation project under the 3-year agreement with the People's Republic of China. Under that agreement, more than 400 Jamaican athletes received training at specialized facilities in 7 sports disciplines in China. And we want to thank the government of China for this partnership and look forward to the continued improvement in the performance of our Jamaican athletes who benefited from this initiative. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm going to use the opportunity to speak to a matter that has been forefront in the news. A matter that has struck a chord, not only in the world of sports, but across the national psyche. The decision by a few of our athletes to switch national allegiance, with some now opting to represent countries like Turkey in international competitions in the upcoming Olympic Games in 2028. This, understandably, Madam Speaker, has caused concern and emotional responses from a public who, for decades, have rallied behind our champions draped in the black, green, and gold. Yet, Madam Speaker, while this is an emotive issue, it is not without historical context, nor is it without precedent. We must remember the case of Merlene Ottey, one of our most decorated athletes. After years of service to Jamaica, she continued her career by representing Slovenia from 2002 onward. Her move was a personal and professional decision made with dignity and mutual respect. Despite the flag on her uniform, she has remained proudly Jamaican in identity and spirit. We have also witnessed inbound transitions. USA-born Brianna Williams represents Jamaican in athletics. England-born footballers such as Wes Morgan, Joby McAnuff, and Adrian Mariappa have proudly represented Jamaica's Reggae Boys, bolstering our international competitiveness. In netball and basketball, overseas-based athletes of Jamaican heritage have also worn the Jamaican national colors. And currently, there are a number of overseas-based athletes of Jamaican heritage who have expressed a desire to represent Jamaica. Madam Speaker, the global sporting arena has changed. In recent decades, powerhouse nations like Qatar, Bahrain, and yes, Turkey, have attracted talent from Kenya, Ethiopia, and beyond, often offering financial stability, better resources, or long-term security. Jamaica is not immune to these global shifts. Interestingly, there are top athletes whose sponsorship contracts dictate their level of national involvement once they sign. Athletes, like professionals in any field, must weigh their opportunities, resources, and long-term viability. This is not to say we are comfortable losing our talent. Quite the opposite. These developments should serve as a clarion call to strengthen our national athlete support systems, not just at the elite level, but through grassroots and transition programs that secure their careers before, during, and after competition. And we are on that path. A particularly sobering reflection came recently from Asafa Powell, who publicly expressed his reluctance to have his own Jamaican-born children compete for their country of birth. His remarks were not made lightly, but out of an honest critique of perceived neglect and structural limitations. That expression must not be ignored, but examined. And that expression must not be interpreted as a negative for the government. We have also heard voices from the local sporting community expressing frustration that athletes are not treated with the level of respect or support they believe they deserve during and especially after their careers. Johan Blake comes to mind. While the ministry has maintained investment in talent development, the truth is that many of our athletes do not benefit from formal post-retirement social security or structured financial transition systems. This is a reality not unique to Jamaica, but one we must all confront. In the midst of the news of some athletes changing their allegiance, however, there are opportunities that can be explored. Immediately after the news of the proposed changing of allegiance, one of our top athletes, Mrs. Shanika Ricketts, has indicated that despite requests from other countries, she's determined to remain a Jamaican athlete. She chose Jamaica. This has provided an opportunity for a local company, Dollar Financial Services, to offer her sponsorship. And I want to commend them for doing that. There are several other companies that are sponsoring other athletes. And we thank those companies for working with our athletes. And we want to welcome more companies, more from the private sector to come on board and support our athletes. To be clear, the Jamaica Athletics Administrative Association, which plays a pivotal role in nurturing and developing our athletes, is not a corporate entity with the legal or financial mandate to provide end-of-career support. Few sports federations or countries do. It is a structural challenge that spans the globe. That said, many of our accomplished athletes have found homes in the private and public sectors, from law enforcement to coaching, from corporate ambassadorships to entrepreneurship. We must recognize these examples as national successes while also seeking to systematize such transitions to benefit a wider group of retired athletes. Madam Speaker, as Minister, I'm committed to looking at the following initiatives: establishing a national athlete support and retention strategy, and as indicated by the Prime Minister, that I should engage stakeholders to this effect. We will look at how we can expand partnerships with the private sector to provide financial incentives and sponsorship opportunities. Enhancing training and recovery infrastructure to meet international standards. Offering career transition services for athletes beyond competition. Long-term career planning and transition services. Expanded financial and health coverage discussions in collaboration with the private sector. Further incentivize national representation packages, particularly for high-performance athletes, and strengthen partnerships with sporting federations to ensure holistic athlete development from start to finish. However, please note that government cannot interfere, and I would like everybody to understand this. Government cannot interfere with the operations of these national sporting federations as they are governed by their international bodies. And it is important that we all understand that. I have no control over what the federations do, although we provide them with monthly subventions, over 40 such organizations. What we ask them to do is provide us with a plan and provide us with an audit of how they use the funds. And never in the history of this country has sport received so much funding and so much support from any government. And it is important that we all recognize that, right? And if you go on my Facebook page, you will see Coach, one of the greatest coaches in the world, Glenn Mills, commending our work. And some of the very athletes, one in particular was gone to Turkey. He was there collecting an envelope with his check as his incentive, right? So we don't have resources to match those big countries, but we do what we can, and we do more than has ever been done. So, Madam Speaker, allegiance is often shaped not only by flag and soil, but by support and opportunity. When we invest in our athletes with intention and innovation, they will remain ambassadors of the black, green, and gold, not just in name, but in spirit. But it's not possible for government to do it all. It takes private sector, it takes the associations, and it takes everyone to play their part. Let us also be clear, while athletes may wear another flag, and this is important to note, their roots remain Jamaican. The talent was born here. Many were trained here. We invested in them and nurtured them to the point that they can now shine and other countries want to take them. Exactly. We did it, and we are proud that we made them what they are. Of course, the talent must be there, but we nurtured them and invested in them. And their legacy, whether at home or abroad, reflects our excellence, the excellence of Jamaica. Without a doubt, as they compete on the international stage, every announcement of their participation will recognize their Jamaican roots, even as they wear a different national color. So today, we do not rebuke those who seek opportunities elsewhere. We listen, Madam Speaker. We reflect, and we act so that Jamaica not only continues to produce champions, but also sustains them beyond the podium. So I want to say to all those who, you hear all kind of pronouncement, let us be measured. Let us be proud, and let us be proactive. Our athletes may run for different flags, but they never run from who they are. Jamaica remains in their hearts and in ours. Let us use this moment not to despair, but to build, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I now move to another area in my portfolio. A few years ago, I was at a gift shop in an airport in the Caribbean, and I noticed the attendant looking intently at me until she said, excuse me, miss, are you Jamaican? She went on to tell me, oh, she never misses a Jamaican. She said, we have a look, we have a swag, we have a way of walking, we have a distinctive way of talking, and just a special vibe. That is a Jamaican. And she said the majority of Jamaicans who passed through that airport wore something with the country's name on it. For her, that spells love of country. It is true, we Jamaicans enjoy being Jamaican. And we feel proud when our compatriots take on the world, and especially when we win. Those moments bring us together and have us walking like we're walking on air. Therefore, this week's news does not impact on us negatively. We will continue the journey. We will continue to do our work, and we will continue to engage. So, as Prime Minister said last night, he has asked me to meet with stakeholders, including athletes, sport federations, and the private sector, to discuss and develop a new framework for elite development and retention. And I will convene the meeting soon. In the meantime, I urge us to remain calm and respectful of the athletes who are reported to have or are contemplating a transfer of allegiance. Now, Madam Speaker, taking inspiration from our athletes, we have been established in Jamaica as a leader in sports governance across the world. For the first time, Jamaica holds leadership positions at major global and regional sports bodies, including membership to the World Anti-Doping Agency's Foundation Board, Vice President of the American Sports Council, and Vice President of Central American and Caribbean Sports Council. Our growing reputation as a leader in world sports was further highlighted when I was invited by the incoming International Olympic Committee president, the new president, as one of the longest-serving ministers of sports globally, to make a presentation at the recent Olympism 365 on ways to use sport to create a better world. At the same time, ours is also a strong and influential voice in global culture through the UNESCO system, where Jamaica serves on the Intergovernmental Committee for Physical Education and Sport, the International Coordinating Council of the Man and the Biosphere Program, and the World Heritage Committee, which is set to make Port Royal a World Heritage Site in July. It would mark the realization of a national objective since 1988, when Port Royal was first nominated to the World Heritage List by the late Edward Seaga. It is notable that the site includes terrestrial and underwater heritage, bearing in mind the continued presence of the sunken city of Port Royal. This enables even more the potential for the cruise pier at Port Royal to become an active port for disembarkation and attraction in the expansion of Jamaica's tourism product. This also has implications for the commercial and economic development of the people of Port Royal and its development as an entertainment zone. Now, Madam Speaker, further in building out the circuit of Kingston, the cement company has informed me that the redevelopment of the Rockfort mineral bath is near completion and will be open to the public by the end of July. Yes? So the facilities will be ready at the end of July, open to the public, and which is the first phase. And the second phase will be the build-out of the private facilities that individuals can decide, I want a private room, you know, and so on. But I look forward to having the Member of Parliament join me when we do the official opening. So this enables a dynamic mix of health and heritage tourism for both local and cruise ship passengers. This also expands substantially the offerings of Kingston to include the Bob Marley Museum, National Gallery of Jamaica, National Museums of Jamaica, the Jamaica Music Museum, which we will be breaking ground shortly for the Music Museum's facility. Port Royal would join the reggae music of Jamaica and pilgrimage to Wat Town as inscriptions to UNESCO respective World Heritage and Cultural Heritage list. I'm particularly pleased at how the UNESCO inscription of the revival pilgrimage to Wat Town has emboldened practicing revivalists who have faced discrimination for their style of Christian worship over the years. And there are many who go to the conventional church, the established churches, but they are revivalists. So they go to a mass or they go to an Anglican service, and then they end up at the revival service sometime during the day or in the night with them head wrapped, right? Now, revivalism is a folk religion that emerged in Jamaica in the early 1860s in a response to British colonialism and religious oppression. So what our ancestors did was to mix their African retentions with the new religion of the West and of Europe and created their own religion. And they are a Christian religion. They believe in the Bible. And we must show them respect. In fact, their religion features strong retention of African spirituality mixed with Christianity and other forms of Chinese and East Indian spiritual traditions. So the pilgrimage to Wat Town is an annual spiritual commemoration and celebration by Jamaican revivalists, which started just before the Great Revival of the 1860s. The ministry continues to enable Rastafari. And Rastafari is the only religion created in the 20th century. Jamaica gave the world a new religion in Rastafari. Through our liaison officer responsible for Rastafari affairs, former senator, only Rasta to serve in the Senate, Mrs. Barbara Blake Hanna, who is here with us today. And when I say the only Rasta, you know, it's not just about the hair, it's about the liberty, right? She lives as a Rasta Empress. And we are happy that you have contributed to our work as a government to ensure that Rasta is respected and is enabled. So she is engaged in discussions with officials of the Ministry of Justice on matters relating to the establishment of the Rastafari sacramental spaces and how they should operate. And we will be finalizing that very, very soon. In fact, that will be transferred to the Ministry of Culture. Am I right? Ministry of Justice. And we're looking forward to that. The Cabinet has approved the provision of titles to 2 properties in Flanker, St. James, and to have both donated, Albion, St. James, and to have both donated to the Rastafari Coral Gardens Benevolent Society for their ownership and operation on behalf of the Rastafari community. And on that property will be located a permanent home for the elderly. The ministry also works to obtain, and we are engaging discussions with the Ministry of Education on the matter of Rastafari students who have been blocked from entry over hairstyles or not having had required vaccinations. We are addressing those issues as well. So the ministry continues to promote our African heritage. We all know the famous statement by Marcus Garvey that a people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. For us, therefore, the celebration of Africa Day in Jamaica, and in particular in schools, is to enable the rootedness of our people as part of the process of becoming strong trees bearing good fruits. My ministry continues to partner with the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth, and Information in staging Africa Day in schools nationwide. This year, our theme for Africa Day was Celebrating Africa, Up You Mighty Race, Resilient and Strong. Our featured school was Ocheres Primary School, which is in the division of Mayor Belnavis. And boy, I tell you, they showcased a brilliant talent, and they were able to highlight the African culture in attire, hairstyles, exhibitions, and so on. And in fact, we had the diplomats who are resident in Jamaica for African countries, Ethiopia, Nigeria, and South Africa. They got involved, they staged displays, and they were very much a part of this exercise. The National Policy for Culture, Entertainment, and Creative Economy outlines a framework within which the government of Jamaica will enhance, safeguard, protect, and promote the cultural heritage, creative expressions, and innovations of the Jamaican people. The policy provides approaches for creating an enabling environment for the creative economy to thrive and significantly contribute to the economic well-being of Jamaicans and the national economy. And so today I announce that at its next meeting of the Cabinet, we expect to have approved the tabling of the policy, the cultural policy, as a green paper in the Houses of Parliament. Now, the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport has been determined, or is determined, to invest in new opportunities to enable our young creatives to rise to the levels of cultural and artistic knowledge and prowess worthy of our global reach. And to enable this, I announce today that we have forged a relationship with the Caribbean Maritime Institute, or Caribbean Maritime University, for the establishment of the Culture, Entertainment, and Creative Practitioners Institute at the CMU. We will open the institute in September of this year with a target of 500 learners. Our vision is to establish a premier institute that fosters innovation, growth, and professional development in Jamaica's culture and creative industry, empowering individuals to thrive in a globally competitive environment. It will be a hub, Madam Speaker, for training, collaboration, and capacity building in the cultural and creative industries and in entertainment, driving economic growth, cultural preservation, and global competitiveness. So courses will be tailored to enable young creatives to hone their craft while leveraging their knowledge and talent in the full spectrum of the creative economy. For example, when you look at curators for galleries, art galleries, you look at conservationists, you look at archaeologists.
House Leader, the member's time for speaking has expired.
Madam Speaker, the member's time for speaking having been expired, I beg to move that it be extended by 30 minutes to allow her to complete her presentation. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks, House Leader. Members, the question is that the Minister's time be extended by 30 minutes to allow for completion of her presentation. As you are well aware, the Minister speaks on several portfolios all in one. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, House Leader. So our plan is to focus on such dynamic creative areas as innovation and technology integration, cultural identity and preservation, education and certification, collaborations and partnership, sustainability, and institutionalization. Courses are projected to include music production, audio engineering and sound design, music business, the business of music and distribution, reggae and dancehall production techniques, graphic design and branding, design for digital platforms, animation and motion graphics, fashion design and textile arts, cinematography and film production, photography and visual storytelling, artificial intelligence, and digital tools for creatives. In other words, the Institute will feature the full gamut of the ecosystem of the cultural and creative industries. The Institute has evolved from an activity that my ministry created over the past 5 years, and that is the Jamaica Creative Career Expo. This activity brings together students in an exposition of the breadth of offerings and possibilities in the creative and cultural fields of engagement. It has been one way of enabling the discussion that needs to be had among so many young Jamaicans who dream of a creative career but have no real information about how to get there. We have been able to attract global leaders in the creative sector who have held discussions with the students, and in some instances have offered scholarships, internships, and residencies to enable students to gain hands-on experience of the sector. This year, we attracted almost 2,000 students from secondary and tertiary institutions. Among the challenges to our sector is a critical absence of certification. There are not even pathways to certification by way of their regular and sustained work in the sector. The Cultural Production and Training Center is changing this through the Media Technology Institute. So, starting in September of this year, creative industries workers who are not certified will be able to get skills certifications through the Prior Learning Certification Program. Additionally, the CPTC will launch in September the pilot of a 30-minute program on children's rights, produced in its newly upgraded, fully digital studio. This program is the pitch submitted by the CPTC in the recent NHK Japan Prize competition, where Jamaica was one of 5 countries shortlisted. It is another of the activities of the ministry that focuses on enabling conversations on the rights of our children in an environment in which they need to be safeguarded and protected. Madam Speaker, we are petitioning King Charles III. We are taking our demand for reparations from the United Kingdom for the enslavement of our African ancestors into another phase. We will be submitting a petition to His Majesty King Charles III to refer to the Privy Council a set of questions that we want answered within his current position as head of state of Jamaica. The petition requests that His Majesty the King seeks the advice of the Privy Council on 3 questions and set out in the petition, as set out in the petition. Question 1. Whether the forced transport of African people from their homelands to Jamaica and their subsequent enslavement in Jamaica until 1833 were lawful because such unauthorized removal and subsequent enslavement was contrary to the fundamental principles of the common law, and because any local legislation that purported to authorize their subjection to slavery was void as repugnant to fundamental principles of English law. B, that's number 2, in any event, whether the forced transport and subsequent enslavement of people of African descent up until 1838 constituted crimes against humanity under international law for which the UK bears responsibility. And number 3, in light of the said actions, illegalities, whether the UK is under an obligation to provide a remedy to the Jamaican people for the unlawful transport and subsequent enslavement of African people in Jamaica under British rule up until 1838, and for the continuing consequences of the same. Madam Speaker, this is a legal approach. This is a legal approach which does not in any way conflict with the political approach as posited by others through negotiation. This legal approach, however, reminds us of a similar approach taken by 2 formerly enslaved West Africans, the famous Olaudah Equiano, who freed himself by buying his freedom and journeyed to England. He became a part of the abolitionist group called Sons of Africa. Equiano presented a case before the courts there in 1777 under Lord Mansfield and won a declaration that slavery was unlawful in England and by extension in her colonies. The other West African was Lorenzo Mendonça, who journeyed to the Vatican and presented a similar case before the Pope in 1684 and secured the declaration that slavery was unlawful. So Jamaica intends such by placing these 3 questions before the Privy Council in accordance with Section 4 of the Judicial Committee Act of 1833, which gives the monarch discretionary powers to place before the Privy Council for advice any matter of constitutional importance that cannot be heard in local courts. We have taken much into consideration, including positions discussed with others by several legal minds. The matter is now with the Attorney General of Jamaica for filing on behalf of the people of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, allow me at this time to recognize the work done in this matter by the Member of Parliament for Clarendon Central, the Honourable Mike Henry, as well as the Honourable Frank Phipps, and the Legal Committee of the National Council on Reparations, led by Mr. Bert Samuels and Mrs. Lalita Davis-Mattis, and a team of British lawyers led by Mr. Lawrence Cartier, who offered their service to Mike Henry, and by extension, the National Council on Reparations pro bono for free, gratis. We will follow closely the submission of our petition as it must be done before Jamaica transitions to a republic. Last year at the Emancipation Jubilee at Seville in St. Anne, I received on behalf of the government and people of Jamaica apologies principally in video format from families whose ancestors were enslavers here in Jamaica. The Renton family, the Gladstone family, and the Malcolm family. In the case of the Malcolms, 2 sisters journeyed to Jamaica from New Zealand, where they currently reside, to offer their apologies in person. Additionally, with the permission of then Anglican Bishop of Jamaica, we played a recording of an apology from the Church of England, offered by then Archbishop of Canterbury, the Most Reverend Justin Welby. Finally, there was a recorded apology from the Guardian newspaper in the UK, whose founder owned enslaved Africans on the Success Plantation in Hanover. The Guardian has been very active in carrying out reparatory work in the communities in the vicinity of that plantation. The media entity has also offered its services to us as lobbyists for our reparatory justice activities in the United Kingdom. So, Madam Speaker, we mean business. Mr. Speaker, we mean business. So, Mr. Speaker, the entertainment sector is one in which so many creatives, after contributing largely to the dynamism of brand Jamaica, often find themselves in dire straits in the latter years of their lives, as well as the moment of their passing. For the ministry, this has meant seeking to engage creatives in schemes relevant to their personal situation. With creativity being Jamaica's most valued asset, on November 12, 24, we launched the Jamaica Entertainers and Creatives Insurance Plan. The aim is to care for the well-being of entertainment, culture, and creative practitioners who have built Jamaica's cultural assets for several decades. And this is similar to the Jamaica Athletes Insurance Plan, which we have also introduced to cover our athletes. So the Jamaica Entertainment and Creative Insurance Plan covers life and personal accident for over 3,750 entertainment practitioners who have been verified as bona fide practitioners on the National Registry of Entertainment and Creative Industries practitioners. And we have an e-registry where they're asked to register. So the plan covers death benefit, permanent disability, dismemberment depending on the injury, with accidental medical reimbursement of $50,000 under the personal accident plan. So, Mr. Speaker, today I am proud to announce that the group health component of the insurance plan will be launched shortly. So, very shortly, persons in the entertainment industry and the creative sector will be able to take their health card and swipe their health card when they visit the doctor. Entertainers, however, may, if they require additional benefits that they can afford to pay for, the flexibility exists where they can top up the offerings that's being provided through this plan. But let me tell you what the plan includes. The plan will include doctor's visit for routine medical, telemedicine, specialist consultation with or without referral, psychiatric, psychological care, direct access to gynecologists and ophthalmologists. Other benefits include diagnostic procedures such as laboratory and x-rays, surgery, maternity, overseas emergency medical services, and combined dental and optical. So it's a wide range being offered. Now, if someone wants to go to Tony Thwaites instead of KPH, they are free to go and pay the additional. But we have provided that base service that every practitioner should register on the e-registry and make use of this opportunity, similarly to the program we have for athletes. They also will get support for prescription drugs, and I'm encouraging practitioners to combine all of this with JDIP and NHF and the other programs provided through the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. And we will help them to access these programs. Now, I'm going to touch on gender. The mission of the Bureau of Gender Affairs is to provide empowerment at the individual, family, and community level while responding to challenges such as interpersonal violence and domestic abuse. Through a dedicated team and utilizing a targeted approach, we have come a far way in enabling our women, our men, our girls, and our boys. Today, I present some of the activities being carried out by the Bureau to promote positive gender relationships and offer related support services. Over the period April 24 to January 2025, the National Shelter Unit provided support for 37 clients temporarily housed in safe spaces, including access to legal aid, psychosocial support, counseling, training, and education and health care. The renovation of the Western Regional National Shelter is far advanced. And I should indicate that this third shelter will also serve as a transitional facility. Right? And so we will be in a position to assist women who we have assisted in the shelter, that they now can move on to a transition facility at the shelter until they are able to go out on their own. And of course, we have gender-based helpline unit, and there you have numbers that you can call 24/7, and we have numbers for the men and numbers for the women. The Bureau has conducted parish coordination platform workshops in St. Elizabeth, Trelawney, Montego Bay, Portland, and Manchester with key stakeholders aimed at addressing and preventing gender-based violence. The Bureau has also undertaken several programs to highlight the achievements and contributions of men and fathers. The men always say, we talk about helping the women, but we don't talk about helping the men. So we have included the observance of International Men's Day and the annual Outstanding Fathers Award, which this year recognized 70 fathers. The ministry also focused on initiatives that provided mental and financial support to young men entering fatherhood through the Daddy Daycare series and programs for teen fathers. The Sexual Harassment Protection and Prevention Act 2021, which became effective on July 3, 2023, is designed to ensure that workspaces are free from sexual harassment. It applies across all sectors and mandates every employer or institution to create and enforce policies. The Bureau of Gender Affairs has so far facilitated the review of 42 sexual harassment workplace policies, training. And we have, in fact, trained 18 members of the Bureau staff in sexual harassment investigative, as sexual harassment investigative officers. Meanwhile, the Sexual Harassment Investigation Unit has also hosted sexual harassment investigative training for human resource professionals and held numerous sensitization sessions. And I would like to indicate here that the Sexual Harassment Tribunal has been established and it is now up and running. So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude my presentation today, I reported on the work of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport. And there's so much more I could say, but I know I only have so much time. I have said much. Done a lot. And we have done a lot. We have performed, Mr. Speaker. Nobody can question that. We have performed. We have followed through on our commitment to create the conditions for our people to thrive and prosper. to improve their lives, to make their dreams come true, to build a stronger and better Jamaica. We are the enablers. Yes, we are. We enjoy being Jamaicans. Yes, we do. And, Mr. Speaker, we will forever choose Jamaica. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Well done, Minister. Well done, set up something.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you want us to record our deep appreciation for a very powerful presentation by the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports. I now ask, Mr. Speaker, that you invite the member from Eastern St. Catherine, and we got it right this time, to make her presentation.
The member from St. Catherine Eastern, you now have the floor. Mike.
Mr. Speaker, I come to you bearing the privilege to represent the fine constituents of St. Catherine Eastern, one of the greatest and the best. I am grateful to them for putting their confidence and trust in me. Today, I also stand with pride as the opposition spokesperson for gender, persons with disabilities, and inclusion. I'm grateful to those who have supported me throughout my political journey, including our party leader, soon to be Prime Minister of this country, Mark Jefferson Golden. Your dedication and integrity truly motivated me on this march on to progress. Mr. Speaker, you realize how we were very quiet over this side, and I'm going to expect you to protect me here in order that I can take. No, you making it. I would like to recognize my councillors, Enos Lawrence, one and only Ned, Keisha Lewis, Donovan Guy, and Norman Scott, who I will be sad to lose. Mr. Speaker, you're helping me, you know. You're helping me. Listen to this part. Who I will sad to lose, but I know he will make a remarkable impact in the constituency he's aspiring to represent. Mr. Speaker, I'm also indebted to my family and friends, and I express my great gratitude to those who have supported me throughout the year. I extend my appreciation and to my dedicated support team at the constituency office, Ms. Audrey Hudson, my secretary, Sian Sewell and Carl, my loyal and my confidence, my security details, Mr. Walker, Mr. Tennant, believe me, sometimes I have to friend them because I know they have gone into overdrive to make sure we represent our people. Mr. Dave Hall and all the other valuable workers into the constituency of St. Catherine Eastern. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to extend my appreciation to the Clerk of the Houses of Parliament and your staff, new staff, young clerk, but I can tell you, you are all doing a tremendous job. To you, Mr. Speaker, I used to say one day Busha, but it has become so popular now that I cannot say one day anymore. To my colleagues on both sides of the House, I am really deeply indebted to you for your support, even though at times we have heated arguments. And today, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate a school that I've operated for over 40 years. It was first St. Helens Prep, and then it is now St. Dominic Prep and Business College. I want to congratulate all the PEP students. I wanted to bring them here today, but because I was speaking a little late and they have to go back home, I decided not to. I want to congratulate them, and I want to say to them, your journey has just begun. And to all the PEP students throughout this country, especially our boys, I want to say a big congratulations. To the 14 of us who look like 49, I want to say we have.
Very soon.
I am happy to be a part of this 14. Madam, Mr. Speaker, today I will address the portfolio areas of gender affairs, persons with disabilities, culture, and entertainment. These three sets of portfolios are people-centric, not block and steel, but flesh and blood, heart and souls. So, while I speak to you as a member of this House, I do so, too, as a mother, a woman, a teacher, who live in a small rural town, who represents a mixed urban-rural community, both in the parish of St. Catherine. Every day I see an erosion of hopelessness and a desperation for opportunity. No matter what the numbers are telling us, Mr. Speaker, or what you say the numbers are saying, Jamaican people are struggling. Many suffering quietly, burdened also by pride and dignity, but they still make every effort to farm, operate their small businesses, their shops, braid ears, do nails, run taxis, wash people's clothes, and clean houses in order to take care of themselves and send their children to school and provide food on their table. So, Speaker, these are the people on whose behalf I am here today. Many of them are women. So that is where I will start. Yes. On the matter of gender affairs, Mr. Speaker, the Women's Health Survey tells us that more than 1 in 4 women ages 15 to 64 will experience intimate partner violence in their lifetime. We have written press releases, held press conferences, and even strengthened legislation for gender-based violence. It is time now to move to a people-centered solution that touch the lives of those who inflict violence and for those who suffer from its trauma. Mr. Speaker, even beyond traditional forms of gender-based violence, in today's digital world, women are being followed, tracked, and harassed. We are hearing reports of smartphone stalking, where women's locations are being monitored without their consent. Addressing gender-based violence requires the ability to quickly, I hear the minister saying about phone calls and hotline number, but it has to be much more than that. Make a connection with someone who can and will help their needs. The victim must be able to reach help quickly. Upon assuming office, we will develop a mobile app for quick reporting of gender-based violence. The app will be geolocation technology to remotely locate where the incident is happening. Geolocation technology uses Wi-Fi, network, cell towers, and IP addresses to find the locations of persons. That, Mr. Speaker, would have assisted the UA student, probably, if that was in place, and many others who have suffered as a result of violence against women. Mr. Speaker, effectiveness of this app will mean efficient monitoring to ensure privacy for the information provided. Confidentiality of the victim's data has to be prioritized. Effective implementation will need a political will. Leadership and people will see to it that the app keep on working, because we have some style where when you turn on these things, all you can hear is beep, beep. And you dial until you're tired. And nothing happens until you can't do it anymore. This mobile app is not meant to replace the current measures for combating gender-based violence. It is meant to supplement and enhance these measures, including reporting cyber stalking, Mr. Speaker. We will roll out a national public education campaign to make sure women and men understand their rights and protections. We will also make sure that education which encourages boys and girls to live in mutual respect and harmony with each other begin at the basic school. This has to be carried through to high school, and if it's possible, our tertiary institution. Children have to be taught how to speak up and seek help when needed. This will give our children the tools to protect themselves. We will use predictive analytics to identify and monitor high-risk areas and hotspots for gender-based violence. This means creating and using data to determine where attacks are most likely to occur, whether due to poor lighting, inadequate policing, or known pattern of criminal activity. Mr. Speaker, we will see to it that gender parity for government boards aims at a 60-40 ratio, at a minimum, and that we will put into practice within 6 months when we resume office. Mr. Speaker, we will carry out tracer studies to see how well the Women's Centers of Jamaica is doing. And speaking of Women's Center, Mr. Speaker, I want, and I'm very serious, that we look into these girls and boys' homes. We need by now to do an audit, because I can tell you some attention is needed, because sometimes when we think all is well, things is happening that we need to lend our ears to. We will measure the success of graduates. We will help the mothers to progress to tertiary education or facilitate their enrollment in vocational, and I heard my colleague over there talking about art, entrepreneurial training programs through art, JBDC, and other training agencies. Mr. Speaker, we will conduct a comprehensive review for all gender-related laws to make sure that they are being effectively implemented and enforced. Mr. Speaker, in respect to women living in deep rural areas, that we can, probably that app and those phone calls it can't be reached. And they are forced to leave their homes because they are being abused and fear for their safety. We will partner with churches in these locations to provide women with temporary shelter until appropriate arrangements can be made to relocate them to the drop-off shelters. Mr. Speaker, our mothers, our sisters, and our daughters are crying out for help. They don't need more promises. They need solutions. They need leadership. They need a government that will act and act now. We stand ready to lead this fight with technology, with education, with compassion, and with a political leadership to end the epidemic of gender-based violence in Jamaica once and for all. Let us not be the parliament that looked away. Let us be the parliament that acted. So, Speaker, I now turn to something that I always did not too understand until I got the portfolio, which is persons with disabilities. We must pay special attention to persons with disabilities who face unique challenges and barriers that can impact their ability to fully participate in society. The United Nations Convention on the Persons with Disabilities acknowledges that individuals with disabilities are entitled to all human rights. The rights of individuals with disabilities are the same rights, Mr. Speaker, as ours. The Disabilities Act in 2014 passes by Parliament in October 2014 and fully implemented in February 2022, stated that the Act is to be reviewed in every 3 years. I saw the minister before, which means that a review should have commenced in February, and the Act and the law also stated not later than. During that sitting, I reminded the minister, and he said that it would be done in short order. I yet to see that committee. But, Mr. Speaker, this does not look good. But we will see to it that that act is put in place. Mr. Speaker, we have heard time and time again about the need for wheelchairs, access, and workplace assistive devices. But, Mr. Speaker, I was even told that a deadline has been passed and they were going to be examining government buildings, starting with them and all of that. It dropped dead after the presentation was made. For the disabled community, and we must ensure that we pay attention to these important concerns. The disabled community is watching us. I also have a serious concern, Mr. Speaker, that disabled persons feel that they have to do the same work for less money and not being recognized or even being promoted. And they have to work very hard to prove themselves. This too will have to stop. Yes. The PNP will establish a national disability fund from the consolidated fund in the first year when we form the next government. We will amend the 2014 Disabilities Act to give legitimacy to the fund. We will also appoint a board to oversee the funds, which will be specifically designated for supporting the disabled through educational and other initiatives. Mr. Speaker, regarding the Disabilities Rights Tribunal set up to deal with complaints of discrimination and other things, other breaches of the Disabilities Act, we will make sure that the disabled community is formed on how to use the tribunal to seek redress in cases where they feel their rights have been violated. Also, the assessment testing for persons with disabilities is woefully inadequate. The waiting list for testing is so long that some children will transition out of the educational system without even being tested, Mr. Speaker. I went to St. Anne the other day, and I went to the school for children who have disabilities. And a parent said to me, she came there trying to register a child. And she said to me, I have been waiting over 4 years. And there was another parent who said, I waited until my child was out of age for primary and secondary and still did not get to be tested. Just the other day, she called me back and she said, I am asking you to try for me because my daughter, who is older, saw her smaller sister going to school and started crying that she wants to go to school. Mr. Speaker, in this time and age, we should not allow these things to happen. When we form the next government, though, we will be partnering with the Ministry of Education to boost testing capacity and to improve access to testing across the 7 regions. We have 7 educational regions, and we believe it is important to put a testing mechanism. Mr. Speaker, there is also the matter of testing of disabilities that are not immediately or visible or observable. This includes the mental health, because a lot of us have mental health problems, but we don't know. Anxiety, depression. We have very serious issues with developmental disabilities, such as dyslexia and autism. When I first heard about autism, I was abroad, and they used to talk about all different types of things. When I started my school, and we have children who was having learning disability and was a little rude and think that some of them said they don't have any manners, they this, they that. But because we were not taking time out to do the studies, to determine what kind of help that were needed. So, Mr. Speaker, research must be done to identify the most effective approach to addressing these complex needs of individuals with these disabilities. It is very important that we carry out testing of our children with learning challenges. This will help us to create individual intervention plan that caters to their specific needs. There should also be free, Mr. Speaker, developmental training for some of our teachers and for others in these areas, so that they can readily identify behavioral issues associated with these disabilities. Mr. Speaker, I turn to the matter now of inclusion. An area for personal interest to me is inclusion. It is the theme that crosses many portfolios in our current structure of government, including culture, education, social security, labor, justice, and others. Addressing inclusion is a huge part of our decolonization journey. It is all about how we oppress, repress each other, which only serves to hold our development back. Mr. Speaker, while there has been greater tolerance for inclusion, we still encounter biases, stigma, and discrimination in many vulnerable communities. Even in this parliament, sometimes, the race, the class, the gender is a problem.
Yes, true. Talk up the things.
This, Mr. Speaker, has to stop. No, including you too, because sometimes you're out of hand. The push for a more inclusive society must begin with us. Inclusion is an area that next PMP government will address. The moment we assume office as part of our ethical framework for governance, we will ensure that through public education, we will emphasize the need for greater commitment to inclusion in families, communities, institutions, and generally in interpersonal relationships. Upholding the national motto, out of many one people. That, Mr. Speaker, is our priority. Mr. Speaker, we will revisit the Values and Attitude Program, first mooted by former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson. We all see what is happening in Jamaica, Mr. Speaker. The land we love, we brag about. There are too many behavioral problems, cultures of violence, culture of corruption, scamming, culture that needs to be addressed. There is also much hostility and anger seeping and suppressed rage across the island. A values and attitude program will be adapted to address the existing pathology, even as it seeks to transform negative behaviors. This will be a central element of the PMP, for the PMP, social transformation strategy and inclusion. Inclusion must be a central theme to be achieved by promoting respect for all individuals. Mr. Speaker, the approach to inclusion will mean collaborating with ministries, agencies, and NGOs, implementing worthwhile national projects that celebrate Jamaica's racial diversity, cultural heritage, and cultural identity. This must begin in our schools. The enhancements of Jamaica Day is one fitting example. Collaboration with the relevant ministries, community members, and cultural agents in schools would center national project as a national debate, a poster competition, short film, essays, songwriting, or any other appropriate activities to celebrate our cultural diversity and direct skills in content production in a positive direction. We will work with the arts educators and other professionals to develop a curriculum for an annual Art for a Purpose summer school program, aimed at instilling positive values and attitude in children and young adults. The Values and Attitude program will be implemented through local government, churches, and any other entity using public-private partnerships. This, Mr. Speaker, brings us to the holistic development plan that we have developed for the portfolios, now known as culture and entertainment. We have a broader vision for these sectors grounded in national development. I now turn to culture and the creative industries. Mr. Speaker, culture is the living, breathing core of who we are as Jamaicans. Yes. I am proud to go. Don't care where in the world.
Mr. Speaker, just want to make sure I'm gender correct. No, come on, that's not fair, that's not fair. That's not fair. Very disingenuous, this is not fair. Mr. Speaker, the member's time for speaking having been expired, I beg to move that it be extended by 15 minutes to allow her to complete her presentation. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor for the extension of 15 minutes to the speaker time for her to complete her presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. You may continue. Your mic.
Thank you very much, House Leader, Mr. Speaker, and my colleagues. It shapes our identity. It governs our values, and it defines our way of life. It is how we know ourselves and how the world comes to know us. Mr. Speaker, we channel this rich Jamaican culture through our creative industries. It is our music, our fashion, our food, our language, and stories, and the cultural industry that causes us to be identified. Cultural industries transform these into real economic power. The orange economy, in name and nature, here, culture meets commerce, creating jobs, industries, exports, pride, and global visibility. So when we speak of culture and creative industries, we speak not only of a soul and spirit, but of serious economic strategy. It is a $3 trillion global industry, Mr. Speaker. Entertainment is one of the 20 subsectors of the creative economy. While the world invests in its entertainers and its culture, we continue to underinvest in ours. No matter how they spin it, for 10 years, nothing has been done in terms of this sector. This administration has fallen asleep at the wheel. It has been a decade of policy neglect, sporadic programs and promises and pronouncements and publicity, but no policy. Now, with election looming, they are now scrambling to reverse engineer ideas and dress them up as policy. The great pretense, Mr. Speaker, that what they bring now is, and they call that their own innovation. When the JLP took office in 2016, the groundwork was already laid. The most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller established the National Cultural and Creative Industries Commission in 2013. It was a forum for participatory governance designed to harness the sector's power through the NCCIC Creative would be asked to make decisions for their own development. It hasn't been convinced once since 2015. The NCCIC completed a policy framework with a development plan. International organizations providing global best practices also to follow. There were CARICOM endorsed strategies and a regional blueprint mooted by the most Honorable P.J. Patterson and technical assistance from the international agencies. Other countries acted. Well, what did we do? We did nothing. They sat on the policy for 10 years, implementing unsustainable piecemeal program. These are some of the examples. Career Expo without clear career path. Unsustainable insurance schemes. Entertainment zone with no infrastructure. And that has destroyed our environment overall. Listen to this one, Mr. Speaker. Listen to this one. Training academies were launched before the curriculum was even written. Publicity in overdrive, but policy in the reverse. Expediency over sustainability. And what does the Prime Minister offer as his justification? He said that the sector is too informal, too risky, too hard to measure. Mr. Speaker, the rest of the world has measured it. This is not a mystery. It is a missed opportunity. Its excuse is the very reason we need a real development plan to bring structure, support, and sustainability to a sector
Shows why we are the better side.
bursting with talent, but underserved by policy. Madam Speaker, the next PNP government will see culture differently. We are going to take culture for what culture worth. The people, the artists, and the creatives are central. While While they reinvent our wheel, we will put in the political will to turn it. We will see the power of culture in the grassroots. The round robin like what takes place at Windsor Heights, De La Vega City, in the town, Tredegar Park, and even out at Central Village, my minister, and my constituency overall. The Windsor Heights people are dynamic when it comes to these things. We eat the round robins, the fish fries, the local dancing. Minister, you remember I didn't disturb you in your speech? The sound system and the cultural activity where our people create joy, income, and community. Mr. Speaker, these are celebratory events and economic engine. Nearly 30 billion Jamaican dollars is earned by approximately over 30,000 people. We're not telling you to go out there, go try to do anything now because you hear about it for money. Jamaican island-wide is community-led entertainment with little or no help from the government. That, Madam Speaker, we must call, that is what you call innovation from the ground up. Under our leadership, the creative economy will no longer be treated as an afterthought. It will be a national priority, grounded in ethics. So we're not going to go out there and keep party all over the place and noise abatement act, and we start to do anything that the citizens feel uncomfortable about. It will be rooted in ethics. We have crafted a bold, strategic, and sustainable response. The 5G Sustainable Growth Plan. For the first time ever, we have placed culture, the creative economy, sports, and the digital at the center of a national growth strategy. Project G, I didn't say Marky G, you know, because I don't say Marky G yet. Project G is our development plan for Jamaica's culture and creative economy. It packages and focuses on measures of sustainability, not expediencies. In summary, given the time, we will show you some of the things. Culture and cultural confidence and values-based education rooted in our decolonization journey. Integrate culture into community development aligned with the SDGs. Invest $1 billion in the creative business growth and data-driven economic impact. Fix fragmented governance through transparency, inclusion, and accountability. Build a global-ready infrastructure to drive global-ready, you know. We don't say like out of jam world where we see here, grass and these things. To drive export and innovation, and all alligators still out there. Our manifesto will, that is what he called. And Mr. Speaker, this is what big, yeah. Our manifesto, our manifesto will detail the specific projects within each strategic nodes of Project G. So, Speaker, I would go on and on, but I'm coming down. And in conclusion, I want to big up my task force. I want to big them up. Some of them is upstairs. And all the support teams that I have had, because they understand what these topics are all about, and they make sure that they find solution to the problem. Mr. Speaker, all the areas discussed today have faced marginalization and neglect. Our women youth, persons with disability, and the cultural visionaries deserve better. The next PNP government, though, will put them at the center. Jamaica can't move forward while leaving so many persons behind. Mr. Speaker, it was Nelson Mandela who said, and I quote, "It is in your hands to make a better world for all who live in it." It is time to build a just, equitable society that empowers all, not just a few. Time comes, Mr. Speaker. Time comes.
Well done, then.
House Leader.
No, we need to have it. We have a long agenda. No, I don't know about that. I have work to do. I don't know about you. Mr. Member. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the Honourable House would like to thank the member from St. Catherine Eastern for a very spirited presentation. And now, Mr. Speaker, I invite you to ask the member for Clarendon Southwestern to make his presentation. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Clarendon Southwestern, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to contribute to the sectoral debates. And in fact, this is the final presentation on behalf of the opposition as we close the sectoral debates today. I will be speaking on the subject matter of land and housing. Mr. Speaker, this today is likely the final contributions to the sectoral debate. And in fact, we are entering a very interesting period of time where the life of the Parliament will be a bit uncertain as we go forward, as we expect to be on the other side in very short order. First and foremost, I will not even respond. Certain things, Mr. Speaker, we do not dignify with a response. First and foremost, I give thanks to the Almighty God, who has been my strength and my shield, my sustainer throughout this journey in public service. I thank him for the grace to serve, the wisdom to lead, and the courage to stand. To my family, your love has been my rock through long, difficult nights, difficult decisions, and time away from home. You have never wavered, and for that I am truly grateful. Mr. Speaker, as a son of the soil of Clarendon, I am forever grateful to my people, my family in southwestern Clarendon. Representing you has been the honor of a lifetime. Walking our streets, sitting at dinner tables. I have been entrusted to be your voice. And there's one thing you have always said to me, is that I speak boldly and I speak unapologetically on behalf of the people of Southwestern Clarendon. Mr. Speaker, it is important, it's a very critical point in the presentation. Let me speak, Mr. Speaker, that I must acknowledge my 4 PNP councillors. 4 out of 4, Mr. Speaker. Carlton Bailey from the Milk River Division, Godfrey Knight from the Tollgate Division, Anthony Davis from the Yorktown Division, and Kijana Johnson from the Racecourse Division. A decision that rocked the Jamaica Labour Party to its core when their favorite councillor was beaten at the polls last year. And to my constituency executive, staff, friends and comrades, thank you for keeping the engine running. Your belief in the mission has not gone unnoticed. I must also extend sincere thanks to the staff of the Houses of Parliament. Ms. Colleen Lowe, a fellow Clarendonian, and Glenmuir High School past student. You have done an excellent job thus far, and you have held the Glenmuir flagrant flag very high. Continue on that trajectory. To my colleagues from both sides of the House, one of whom is over there that will never return, and the comrades in the People's National Party, your solidarity, your strength, and your unwavering commitment for building a better Jamaica continues to inspire me. And finally, Mr. Speaker, to the leader of opposition, and I say without fear of contradiction, the next Prime Minister of Jamaica, Comrade Leader Mark Jefferson Golding. Thank you, Leader, for entrusting in me this responsibility. Your steady leadership, your clear vision for a more just and equitable Jamaica makes it a privilege to serve under your leadership. Madam Speaker, today I speak on an issue that sits at the center of Jamaica's historical fate. And this is a very important presentation, Madam Speaker. Today I speak on an issue that sits at the center of Jamaica's historical injustice and future prosperity, land ownership. For generations, Mr. Speaker, land has represented more than just acres and boundaries. It has symbolized freedom, it has symbolized stability, and it has symbolized dignity. Yet far too many Jamaicans still live without the security of tenure. The hope of ownership or the ability to pass on anything tangible to their children and the generations to come. It is time, Mr. Speaker, to end the shame of landlessness. Jamaica, through its history, has a legacy of inequitable distribution of land and disempowerment of the masses with regard to secure land tenure. Up until emancipation, the Crown, together with the owners of the estates, plantations, and pens, sometimes we hear mere pen, tinsel pen, we understand that the whole country was separated in pens, and the owners of the pens crafted the Emancipation Act of 1833, which ensured that the newly freed labor force would continue working on the estates, limiting their access to land. That legacy still haunts all of us in here as members of Parliament today. Mr. Speaker, the government is the largest landowner, yet it has failed to utilize the assets for the benefit of the people. It has not sought to use this asset to eradicate the proliferation of unplanned and informal settlements. A PNP government, within the next 2 to 3 months, will undertake a program akin to what was done in Dominica, where the government undertook a radical land titling program by distributing the government land to those who are already in possession. This was done, Mr. Speaker, in some instances by selling the land at a percentage of the market value to those who already occupy them. Our research, Mr. Speaker, indicates that as at 2018, and I want you to listen to this very carefully, because these statistics are very important. As of 2018, the majority of Jamaica's population falls between the ages of 0 to 39. Of this number, 19 to 39, 975,000 Jamaicans are within that bracket. And most of these Jamaicans, these young people, are among the most directly affected by the deep lack of access to affordable land and housing.
Yes, serious problem.
But the crisis, Mr. Speaker, extends further. There are many Jamaicans aged 40 to 55 who still have not yet acquired housing.
Okay.
You know the dangers of that, Mr. Speaker? When you're in that age bracket, it is more difficult to secure a mortgage, a 25-year mortgage. And most Jamaicans who are in this age bracket, as a serious point, is yet to own anything. And beyond that, you have Jamaicans who are 55 and over who still don't own a piece of the rock. It is also estimated that over 700,000 Jamaicans, some say the figure may be closer to 1 million, live in informal settlements because they cannot afford decent and affordable housing. Studies in 2004 and 2008 concluded that the Jamaican government owns 75% of these lands. The Commissioner of Lands, the Crown don't own any land in Jamaica anymore. The Commissioner of Lands has 47%. Agencies and the municipal corporations have another 53%. The solution is not far away, Mr. Speaker. Because we, the People's National Party, when we form government, will ensure Angie, no, don't do that. Mr. Speaker, we will ensure that the political will to pass ownership to the people is initiated. You soon hear something because we're failing as a minister too. You soon hear. What is needed now is a radical shift, one that removes the stigma of informality and puts power back in the hands of the people. The next People's National Party government has identified land and housing as a priority for national transformation. We begin from the principle that every Jamaican who desires to own a home should be facilitated to do so at all costs. Home ownership in the 21st century must be treated as a right, similar to education and health. Yes. The inability of thousands to own a home is rooted in the structural inequalities that govern Jamaican society. One essential step is to accept informality as a legitimate mode of urbanization. We must support and collaborate with those who are parceling land and constructing buildings in informal settlements rather than working against them.
Hear, hear.
I'll get to that soon. This will not be easy. It challenges our sense of order. However, in a society marked by profound structural informality and deep inequality, true social cohesion can only be achieved through dialogue and consultation with a clear framework of legal reform.
Hear, hear.
Such an approach will yield better results rather than a heavy-handed and punitive approach. Order in a democratic society comes from agreed norms, not from a big stick or a bulldozer. A future PNP government will take bold steps, including drawing inspiration from Dominica, as mentioned earlier. We will revisit the issue of government land and how persons who have been living on it for decades can benefit. We are not merely just giving it away, but a system must be designed to ensure that those in possession for an extended period be given an opportunity to legally acquire these lands. This is how we create an ownership society.
Hear, hear.
When we do this, we are not only building an ownership society, we are building national pride.
Yes,
we are building progress.
yes,
We are building and creating opportunities for independence.
yes.
And we are most importantly resolving the long-standing issue of security of tenure.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, regularizing these informal settlements can only contribute positively to society. The country stands to benefit immensely. It's a win-win. It gives land to the landless, it restores trust in the government, and has the potential to earn real-time revenue from lease, sale, and even property tax collections.
Hear, hear.
I must quickly add,
You benefit from it.
I must quickly add, Mr. Speaker, that this approach is not a one-size-fits-all. Each community has its own unique set of circumstances. As said earlier, consultation will be important. In some cases, and we'll concede, and we'll be honest, we may have to relocate due to environmental and other factors which render certain areas uninhabitable. We will revisit how persons living on government land for decades can benefit from ownership, not through giveaways, as I said earlier. This is why we propose that under a future PNP government, the cost of the land will be excluded from the NHT housing prices. This will result, Mr. Speaker, in savings of $2 to $3 million per housing unit. What it simply means, Mr. Speaker, is that a NHT starter home is now at 14 million. When we form government, those units will be on the market for between 11 to 12 million.
Yes.
That represents savings for those of us who know what paying a mortgage is like. You'll appreciate the savings over 25 to 30 years.
Hear, hear.
The funds that will now be at your disposal to use for other purposes. It might seem negligible, but it may be $10 to $15 to $20,000 in savings per year over 25 years. Those who mock it don't understand the hardships of the Jamaican people. And if they did understand, they would appreciate the significance of the proposal. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sorry. The view has been advanced that land is not a trinket,
Exactly so.
a piece of jewelry, as it was treated in the past. It ought not to be locked away and preserved unused for decades to satisfy the selfish motives of those who can afford to do so. This is particularly true of Crown lands, Crown or government lands, which in a real sense belongs to the people and should be used by the people for the benefit of the people. So we're not giving it to them, it's theirs. They are the ones who elected us here and put us here. They are the ones who ensured and suffered over decades and centuries. They have been occupying these lands and they deserve a piece of the pie. Mr. Speaker, we cannot discuss land ownership without looking at the Registration of Titles Act. Now, under this 1833 law, mark the date, a person in adverse possession of Crown land was unable to prove possession unless they reach the 60-year mark. Our research has shown, Mr. Speaker, that in countries like England, where this law originated, it is now 10 years. The 60 years is now 10 years, save and except for land on the foreshore. The view of the UK Commission that reviewed the law is that in these modern times, the government has a duty of care to its citizens, to protect Crown lands and to ensure their productive use. It is no longer permissible to use the explanation of the large acreage or resource constraints to restrict persons from occupying these lands. Under the next PNP government, we are proposing the reduction of 60 years to 25 years. Save and except for land on the foreshore. We believe this is ample time for the government to ensure that protections are in place. A PNP government will move with alacrity to amend the Registration of Titles Act to provide for a shorter time frame for persons who have been living on government land to claim it. The same rules that apply to the private owner must be commensurate with those that apply to the government. The government of Jamaica is the largest landowner, who can hardly account for what it owns. Yet persons must meet high hurdles to get a title. This is wrong, Mr. Speaker. Wrong. And we are committing to put an end to this. In fact, listen to this, Mr. Speaker. Many of these informal settlements are already being serviced by utility companies. May have benefited from infrastructure upgrades and intervention by various government agencies, including members of parliaments and councillors. It would therefore be hypocritical for us as leaders not to formulate a workable strategy to formally enable long-standing occupiers to acquire these properties that they have possessed for decades. In simple terms, what it means, Mr. Speaker, is that the next PNP government will oversee what could be considered as the single largest transfer of wealth from the state to the people. By formalizing and correcting a 192-year-old system of injustice that was meted out to the Jamaican people. Time comes for us to put Jamaica first. And to ensure that our people achieve true economic independence. And also stability by owning a piece of the rock, hereby commencing the process of creating true generational wealth. breaking the cycle of poverty.
Yes, man.
And that cycle of poverty came from an injustice.
Yes, man.
So all we're talking about UK Privy Council applications, we have the powers here as a parliament, as a people, to right some of those colonial wrongs. Every single one of us in here have an informal settlement within our constituency. Many of the persons have lived there for more than 25 years. Some of their children have done well. Some of their children have done well. They have gone on to be lawyers and doctors. They're in a position to improve the infrastructure there for the benefit of their parents. But because they can't get the title, many of them senior, 30s, 40s, imagine when we come to power. Imagine the joy that we bring to these families. The sense of relief. The sense of relief that we'll bring to these communities. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let me assure you that there's nothing to lose from us as a parliament enforcing the laws that exist on the books for the benefit of our people. A critical step in land ownership, Mr. Speaker, is a survey diagram.
Exactly.
But the cost of a survey diagram sometimes is prohibitive. We are committed to working with the Land Surveyors Association to form a public-private partnership to ensure that those Jamaicans that can't afford a survey diagram, we work with them to get them survey diagrams.
Social engineering.
Mr. Speaker, we came up with LAMP. LAMP was reduced to a desk in the NLA. Non-systematic titling is their approach now. And as far as I'm concerned, when we look at the statistics, people will tell anything they want to say. Numbers don't lie. And there are too many Jamaicans without proper titles. The move to put LAMP at the NLA at a desk was a backward and a retrograde step. It has set back many Jamaicans, and the time comes for us to right that wrong. Mr. Speaker, sometimes you look at the old titles, you see Roots and Purchase. There was a system that existed, and the Registration of Titles Act have it there. We don't have to be so specific with sometimes the boundaries. But we have chosen to go the route of being specific. We have advanced the GPS technology. We have drones. The time has come for us to incorporate technology in the surveying process and make it easier for the Jamaican people. Mr. Speaker, let us look at land valuation. As at 2017, and I want you to listen to this carefully. And I want anybody to stand on a point of order and say this is wrong information. As at 2017, 339,000 parcels of land was on the valuation roll without a title. The total number of untitled properties, if you look at the spread between the parishes, Kingston was 1,241 without a title. St. Andrew, 14,000. St. Thomas, 20,000. Portland, 20,000. St. Mary, 26,000. St. Anne, 31,000. Trelawney, 15,000. St. James, 11,000. Anova, 11,000. Westmoreland, 18,000. St. Elizabeth, 40,000. 40,000 properties on the valuation roll without a title. Manchester, 35,000. Clarendon, 50,000. And if it wasn't for LAMP, Clarendon would have been about 60 or 70,000 because LAMP reduced that significantly, as that was in the pilot areas. St. Catherine, 111,000. St. Catherine, 111,000. Properties on the valuation roll. Properties that persons may say them have them taxes paper. And you go to them, no title. But me have my taxes paper. You have a relative overseas who's paying the taxes and believe that they own the land. And fail to give it to the family here to do anything with it. We have to correct that right now. And when the next PNP government forms office, we'll ensure that this issue is resolved by putting all of these 339,000 properties on the register with volume and folio numbers attached. So that these persons can use these properties for the benefit of themselves, their families, and the future generation. Mr. Speaker, let us look at Boxite lands. The minister is so excited. Over the years, several Jamaicans were forced to resettle due to the operational needs of the Boxite companies for mining lands. They have been struggling. Most of these Jamaicans previously occupied lands where they had titles. That is a grave injustice. Many of these persons who have been resettled have children who now can qualify for a build on your own lot. But because they don't have the title, in St. Elizabeth, for example, I spoke to a family down there who expressed that to me, specifically, that my daughter could have built a house, but I don't have the title to give my daughter. Here how we fix it. A recent breakdown of each Boxite alumina company's performance revealed that Jamaica had 1,633 titles since 2010. But only 339 titles have been delivered. Gisco Alpart, 1,301. Only 329 delivered. Noranda, 1,765. Only 520. Noranda. Windalco, 266. Only 183 delivered. Over 6,000 families, not just land, families who have been relocated by these Boxite companies, but they're unable to get title.
Mr. Speaker, the member's time for speaking having been expired, I beg to move that it be extended by 15 minutes to allow him to complete the presentation. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? Member, you may continue.
Most obliged, House Leader and Mr. Speaker and members. Mr. Speaker, the failure of the Boxite companies to deliver these outstanding titles over the years is not attributable only to them. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that the Bauxite Alumina Industries Special Provisions Act provides safeguards to allow for government intervention to secure the rights of these displaced citizens. The time has come for real action, not just talk. And to that end, today, we are pleased to announce that the next People's National Party government will correct this inequality. We will fast track the use of Section 6 of the Act. This section allows the minister to waive requirements. I said fast track. Yes. This section allows the minister, and they can't deny it, to waive the requirements under the Local Improvement Act and the Town and Country Planning Act. The effect of this would allow bauxite mining companies to deliver land titles and implement improvement works without the need for subdivision approval. Furthermore, and I tell you something that they have not done, we will use the amendments to the Administrator General Act championed by the then Minister of Justice, Mark Jefferson Golding, the future Prime Minister of Jamaica, to deal with the bitter issue, of generational lands. Mr. Speaker, the use of these two pieces of legislation will allow for us to unlock the mystery of land ownership in bauxite companies, thereby freeing the land and freeing the ownership to the people. Furthermore, the PNP government will fast track again, and they can't deny it, the use of Section 5 of the very same Act. Section Act 5 provides that the Minister of Mining can provide vesting orders. A vesting order is a legal mechanism used to transfer land titles, particularly for those relocated due to bauxite mining operations. Listen to this. Section 5 of that Act empowers the Minister responsible for mining to declare that any property transferred may be vested in the person affected by the mining activity. And it goes further to say, importantly, that the law provides that this process cannot be hindered by any other administrative or legal barrier. So they say they are using it already, but they're not using it effectively enough. Otherwise, we wouldn't have so many communities, Denby Crawl, McGill Chris Palms, and all the communities that have been resettled, who still don't have title. What is the answer for that if the government has the powers to ensure that they have their title? So these 6,000 Jamaican families, I am telling you today that I and myself and the leader, the next Prime Minister, we have the political will. We will do what is necessary and we'll correct these long-standing issues that need to be resolved, these grave inequities. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to turn to a subject that overlaps with social housing, land tenure. All of us have faced the issue of land tenure with the social housing program. Since the program was launched, the new social housing program was launched in 2018, only 292 houses have been delivered across the island. I'm going to go, don't worry, that's 292 units in a span of nearly 7 years. An average of 40 houses per year. We have 63 constituencies across Jamaica that barely scratches the surface. Approximately 1,800 units based on the 5 recommendations. Because each MP must give 5 recommendations. So it's 1,800 units to expect to generate annually. Well, guess what? Based on the amount delivered annually, the performance is a meager 16% delivery rate. You know what makes this equally troubling? And what makes this more troubling? And those MPs who have been here before I came here in 2020 know that we also had a similar program between 2012 and 2017 with food for the poor. And I'm not going to look at a board house because when most of us go to New York, we stay in a board house. 3/4 of New York, a board house. So I am not going to look down on a man on a board house. But let us examine the performance. Between 2012 and 2017, we built 3,700 houses. Those houses were wooden units, but they provided a safe and an immediate relief to thousands of families, which is far more than this current government can claim. What is causing the breakdown? We have heard time and time again what the cause of the breakdown is. Land tenure. Many of the individuals identified as beneficiaries by most of us in here. And if them say a lie or hypocrisy, do not own the land they occupy. Some live on family land with no formal documents. Others occupy parcels of land where legal owner is unknown, deceased, or simply unreachable. And in some cases, the lands are government-owned, but earmarked for other development, leaving applicants in limbo. Even in my own constituency, to show you I'm not a hypocrite like some of them. In my own constituency, I've had to hesitate in submitting applications because when potential beneficiaries came to me I ask, do you own the land? Can you get permission to have to off? The answer is no.
All right.
These individuals have been living on the land for generations, but cannot provide the paperwork to do it. The result, their applications are denied, and the opportunity for a better life slips further and further away. Mr. Speaker, if we are serious about addressing housing needs for the most vulnerable, then we must be willing to meet the people where they are. We therefore propose that the government establish a provisional certificate of tenure. This document would confirm and affirm long-standing occupation of informal possession and serve as a basis for eligibility under the social housing program. The simple reform would unblock access for thousands of deserving Jamaicans, those who need housing the most, but are trapped by bureaucracy and the legacy of untitled land. We cannot allow red tape to stand in the way of relief. A house delayed is a life put on hold. Under PNP government, we will move with compassion, clarity, and common sense to ensure that the land tenure issue is resolved once. Mr. Speaker, we now turn to the portfolio area of housing. The issue of housing is deeply intertwined with the issue of land. Every Jamaican aspires to own a home, to build their own castle. And for us in the People's National Party, shelter is not a luxury. Shelter is a right. That is why over the years we have established policies, programs, institutions designed to deliver affordable housing to the Jamaican people. From as far back as the 1950s, the Right Excellent Norman Manley began the journey with the construction of housing schemes such as Hope Pastures, Mona, Harbourview. The visionary Michael Manley gave us the National Housing Trust. He transformed the housing landscape. We have Portmore, we have Mount Edgecombe, we have Bel Air, we have Melrose Mews, we have Norwich Heights. And we cannot forget Portia Lucretia Simpson Miller, who lifted the sugar workers from the barracks, provided decent and affordable housing for the sugar workers. We don't bulldoze people's houses, Mr. Speaker. We don't leave them in the elements. And guess what? We don't sell public land above market value. We certainly will not use the NHT to provide houses priced at $28, $29, and $38 million. We build affordable homes. Homes that empower, transform lives. And transformational approach will continue under the People's National Party government led by Mark Jefferson Golding in very short order. We will end the extraction of the $11.4 billion annually from the NHT. Since over the past 12 years, $138.6 billion have been extracted. And it has not been to the benefit of contributors. We will establish a $1 billion fund at NHT for young homeowners so they can access $500,000 grant, not a loan. We will repurpose the housing agency and bring it back to its mandate. Sometimes when you buy a property, there's a caveat on the property that says the first right of refusal is to the Minister of Housing. There's a reason for that. That's subsidized housing. And that provision in that act has not been enforced properly because it has been abused. People buy these houses, these lots and houses intended for first-time homeowners, and they get the permission from the Minister of Housing within months of buying and reselling. That wasn't the purpose for which it was intended. We intend to use the housing agency to construct and build 80,000 houses, 50,000 low-income houses, and 30,000 middle to upper-income houses in the next 5 years. The houses to build by the HAJ will be starter units. And of course, as mentioned earlier, we will not add the $2 to $3 million for the lot to the houses. Mr. Speaker, we will come up with what called the Portia Initiative. It is a program for the orderly renewal and transformation of infrastructure in all areas. this is a legacy project to salute the considerable contribution of the former Prime Minister, Jamaica's first female Prime Minister and only female Prime Minister to date. Mr. Speaker, as I close, I return to the core truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Land is justice.
Yes, ma'am.
Housing is dignity.
Yes.
Together, they are nation building.
Yes.
Whether for environmental protection, infrastructure, agriculture, or shelter, land is what holds us all together. And the People's National Party has always understood that. And that is why Norman Manley passed the Facilities of Titles Act. Michael Manley delivered land lease, site and services, and the NHT. PJ Patterson gave us lamp and Operation Pride. Portia Simpson-Miller gave us lamp, lifted the sugar workers. All sugar workers who voted with the People's National Party because of how we treated them. Now in 2025, this year, our legacy will continue under Mark Jefferson Golding as the next Prime Minister. He will free up government land for the people. And he will make land work for the people. Because he believes in the power of the people. And we as a party believes in the power of the people. Let me close with the words of Norman Washington Manley, the father of the nation, of independent Jamaica, a visionary, a man who passed all of these legislations we mentioned earlier, like the Boxite Alumna Special Provisions Act, and ensure there were safeguards there. He did it. Let me close again, and by quoting, and I quote, land is the only source of the material life of the people. It provides food and shelter. It furnishes work and wealth. It is the basis of all production, of all development, of all security, of all growth. It is, in the very truth, the root of our being. Time come, Mr. Speaker, for us to put Jamaica first. The word is love. God bless Jamaica. God bless the People's National Party. And God bless Mark Jefferson Golding, the next Prime Minister of Jamaica. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, big up, power. Big up, big up.
Mr. Speaker, we've come to the penultimate presentation in this year's sectoral debate. And we really want to thank the member from Clarendon Southwest for his very spirited presentation. Well, locked a little bit in history and reminiscing on the past a bit. A little bit of fantasy, but one we understand. But, Mr. Speaker, the closing presentation for this year's sectoral debate will now be made by the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, Dr. the Honorable Horace Strang.
What's that mean? Mr. Speaker, thank you. My privilege this year to bring the sectoral debate to closure. As we come to the close of the 2025-26 sectoral debate, It's only fitting that in this moment we pause to reflect a little bit, not only on the content of what has been said in this Honourable House over the past several weeks, but on the very process by which it was done. This is, after all, an election year. The Constitution states clearly we are. A year in which passions run high, a year in which the contest of ideas becomes even sharper, and the security even more intense. When in the midst of all scrutiny, it becomes even more intense. But in the midst of it all, we have seen members on both sides of the House participating meaningfully on this national platform. And so, Mr. Speaker, I wish to begin by offering my sincere commendation to the members of Parliament, government and opposition alike, for their contributions to this House. Including, at this time, including a very spirited closure from our friend from Southwest London and a detailed outline from the lady from St. Catherine. Your commitment to the parliamentary process and your willingness to participate in robust debate and your respect for the rules that govern the House are all testament to the enduring strength of Jamaica's democracy. But, Mr. Speaker, with that context established, allow me now to turn to the central highlights of this year's sectoral presentation, always I'll make closing remarks, where ministers provided With that context established, allow me now to turn to the central highlights of this year's presentation, where the ministers provide updates on our progress, outline bold new initiatives, and reaffirm the government's commitment to advancing the national interest. The first presentation was from Minister Malawu Fort, the Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, a known legal luminary. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, constitutional reform is not an issue that attracts broad public interest. It is, however, critical to safeguarding our sovereignty and ensuring that our governance mechanisms remain relevant as we evolve as a nation. Ministers approach her task of educating the public and spearheading our constitutional reform process with some unparalleled commitment and energy. Among the ministry's achievements was the tabling of the constitutional amendment of Section 61 and the proposed Republic Bill presented on December 10, 2024. Minister Samuda, member from a part of St. Anne, has demonstrated an unwavering dedication to the improvement of our environment. He has been instrumental in advancing Jamaica's bold ban on single-use plastics, guiding it from policy to full implementation even when he was not a member of the executive. He has led the modernization of the environmental laws, including those related to biosafety, emissions, climate change, watersheds, forests, hazardous waste, and the environmental management system, and saw to the conclusion of the drawing of the cockpit country demarcated area. In the area of water, Mr. Samuda has taken on the task with vigor and vitality. It's like a duck to water, overseeing billions in infrastructure investment to expand access, reduce drought losses, and strengthen drought resilience across the island. He has done an outstanding work in this area. Yeah. Mr. Morgan, coming from a different area, very varied background, far from infrastructure, has taken on a demanding portfolio of works and with focus and determination. He has discharged his duties with resolve, meeting challenges ahead despite the many issues thrown his way. He has shown remarkable resilience and continues to lead the charge in delivering highways to from multi-billion highways to $2 billion road patching in communities and everything in between. Honourable Darrell Vaz, of course, has applied his energy and can-do ability to the areas of utility and energy. He continues to play a critical role in holding our utility companies accountable and ensuring they meet their commitments to the Jamaican people. He, along with his government, this government remains steadfast in commitment to provide a truly island-wide school bus system, yes, delivering safe, reliable transportation to students in every nook and cranny of Jamaica. Safe and reliable transport is a commitment of this government under the guidance of Minister Vaz. Yes. Honourable Colonel Charles Jr., Minister Charles, member from a part of Clarendon, neighbour to the member from Southwest, in the Southeast Clarendon, outlined his vision for social protection in the form of the social protection for increased resilience and opportunity spiral. This program is designed to make a major impact on the social challenges within our society. Young and old, it is a welcome strengthening of the social safety net. Minister Chuck has been a true disciple of restorative justice, mediation, child diversion, and victim support services. His work in restorative justice has certainly helped to reduce the volume of cases before the parish courts, and of course his work with the Justice of the Peace has brought renewed prominence to that office and the dedicated Jamaicans who serve voluntarily in the best interest of their fellow citizens. The member from West Kingston, Minister Mackenzie, reflecting on nearly 5 decades of public service is evident in his leadership of the local government and community development portfolio. From his highlights of the cultural achievement in West Kingston, retooling of the Solid Waste Authority and the Jamaica Fire Brigade, Mr. Mackenzie's lifelong commitment to community development has positively impacted all Jamaica's communities. The member from a part of St. Catherine, Minister of Health, in his presentation, the Minister emphasized the capital investments here we are making in public health and the meaningful improvement in the quality of care at the health facilities provided for all Jamaicans. New hospital in Spanish Town, rebuilding Corner Regional Hospital, other clinics across the island. There are certainly mainstreamed health education to the public to impact lifestyle change and reduce the prevalence of non-communicable disease. Extend community. The Minister from St. Elizabeth, young Mr. Green, under Minister Green's stewardship, the agricultural sector has boosted domestic crop production despite the man-made and natural challenges that have affected him in his tenure, thereby strengthening our food security efforts. We have seen increased agricultural resilience and a definite increase in the entrepreneurial interest in agriculture. We commend him for his efforts and the framework he provides. The Minister from my neighbor in St. James, the World Tourism Minister, Honorable Edmund Bartlett. Minister Bartlett delivered a commanding presentation on Jamaica's tourism renaissance, positioning it as a transformative force driving inclusive national development on the theme Thriving 2025, linking tourism to every Jamaican's success. The Minister outlined many key achievements and record-breaking activities in the industry. He has taken the Jamaican brand even more global and also established himself as an international leader in the tourism industry. We commend him for his effort and appreciate the work he has done in establishing the tourism industry in Jamaica, especially after the challenge of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, my short Qatar airspace is locked off. My quick review of work being done by the ministers across the different sectors, an invitation for Jamaicans to assess the stewardship of our leaders. They can now weigh the talk against the walk. And we confidently welcome that review because their record is clear. We have not only governed, we have led. We have not only responded to the crisis, we have planned for the future. In the face of global uncertainty, we have maintained a steady hand. Two fundamental challenges have long affected Jamaica and have stood in the way as obstacles to Jamaica's growth and prosperity. All of the things, in fact, revolve around both. One is the efficient management of our economy. Economic debate was preceded in the budget debate, but I'll make mention, and of course the security and safety of our people. On both fronts, this government has acted with purpose and precision and with success. Despite, we will complete it in the third term. The long time of neglect could not be corrected in such a short time. Despite the economic shockwaves of COVID-19 pandemic, Jamaica has managed to maintain macroeconomic stability. Inflation has been moderated. Interest rates have been responsibly managed. Foreign reserves are strong. Debt-to-GDP ratio have improved significantly and provided great fiscal space for the expenditure needed to correct the errors of the past. There have been major investment in infrastructure with our own money, taxpayers' money, Jamaica's money. We have undertaken a historic public sector compensatory review. The government committed over $360 billion to improving the compensation of public servants. This, we recognize, was a very complex process with major challenges, and some are still seeking to be resolved. But the commitment of the government to the public sector is undeniable and has There was no net increase in taxes for 10 consecutive years and no new taxes for 8 years imposed on Jamaican people. 8 years. Yet we initiated all the work I've indicated above. A feat unheard of in our modern political history. Before now, the reading of the budget was a time of apprehension and anxiety for business and individuals, and speculation by some who thought, and genuine speculation by some who had the cash to do it. Today, the budget reading is a time of positive expectations. Mr. Speaker, the result is that our economy is in a much better state today than it ever was before. We have laid the foundation, a foundation for sustainable growth, inclusive development, and national prosperity. It is important that we complete the journey of transformation which we have started. Yes. We must continue the journey with a clear vision, a courageous leadership toward a Jamaica that works for every citizen, rich or poor, urban or rural, young or old. There's only one leader who has demonstrated the capacity to do this, that is Prime Minister Andrew Michael Holness. I finished that. I told you what they should be. But, Mr. Speaker, I now make some closing remarks on my own responsibility. When I make a comment that I give a summary. Mr. Speaker, don't worry about that. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say at the beginning a review of the Minister of the area of national security, which I'm responsible. There are some who pray, you know, but when you pray and you're not familiar with the altar, you might be surprised by what you get. Some time ago in 2013, one asked for divine intervention. What they did not expect was that they would get Andrew in this administration in 2016. Because, I mean that. It was. It was that intervention that rescued the country from the grip of a period of marked chronic underinvestment in the police force and all the security institutions. In a term in which, in many respects, capacity and the capabilities, Mr. Speaker, the capacity and capabilities of the organized criminal elements had outpaced those of our law enforcement agencies. So, Mr. Speaker, on the 29th of April, I delivered my own presentation on national security under both themes, transforming the Jamaican Constabulary Force, restoring public trust. Mr. Speaker, I can say with confidence that this is not a simple slogan, it is a reality. The lived experience of thousands of Jamaicans who are seeing, perhaps for the first time in decades, a clear and measurable improvement in the character of the security force and their communities. They can sleep well at nights and feel comfortable in the evening. I refer to the elderly women who can walk to their prayer meeting on a Wednesday night or to the Bible lessons on Wednesday, with renewed sense of peace and confidence that they can get home without being killed in crossfire of gangsters. The outsourcing workers, hotel workers coming off the late shift at 1 in the morning who cannot go home safely. In these, there are stories of concerned families who were distressed at a time when the level of violence prevented people from coming home. Mr. Speaker, despite the economic disruption caused by COVID-19, we remain resolute. We expanded the human resource capacity of the force, demonstrating our commitment to the protection of our people through sustained recruitment and investment even in the face of the economic squeeze brought on by the pandemic. We have continued to improve the working conditions of our forces by building new police stations, refurbishing neglected ones under Project Rock initiative. In this period of difficult economic times, we acquired Tranquility Bay, we acquired Camp Verley, we repaired Harmon Barracks, because the commitment was to ensure we provided a security force, a police force that would deal with criminal activity in the country. Yes. And we recruited bright young Jamaicans who are making a great difference in the force today. We have equipped the force with necessary legislative tools, including the Zones of Special Operations Act and the new Firearms Prohibition Restriction Regulation Act. And we have gone further, modernizing the force through the creation of the Force Development and Logistics Portfolio, the clear mandate for the technology. Oh. Is that right? Technology is here. No, man, it's way low. We have gone further in transformation. You can get a copy of it. Modernizing the force to create. I can't speak to this without the notes here. Show the creation of the Force Development and Logistics Portfolios, a new portfolio in the ministry, in the institution of JDF. But in that year, they have a clear mandate for technology development across the organization, in addition to property management and logistics support. Other amendments came to several other pieces of legislation giving the police the required legislative tools to take action against the gangsters and the killers in our society. The presentation was a timely opportunity to present not only the results of our policy and program, but to provide the Jamaican people a transparent account of our stewardship, our direction, our determination to create a nation that is safer, stronger, and more secure. So, Speaker, we are witnessing a turning point in our country. Yes. There's a historic shift in crime and violence. Yeah. For the first time in over 2.5 decades, the data tells a story of unprecedented gains in the parameters of public safety and security. The records reflect, and while these may have been said in the budget, they deserve repeating. The lowest monthly murder count in 25 years with 45 murders recorded in April. The current quarter of April to June, with just under a week to go, is on track to record the lowest quarterly murder figure since structured, disaggregated data began to be collected by the JCF, Jamaica Constituency Force, approximately 25 years ago, beating the previous record of 188 murders recorded in the first quarter of the year. Based on current projections, Jamaica is expected to close this year with a murder rate of approximately 24 per 100,000 inhabitants. This would represent the lowest rate since 1991. To put this in perspective, it means that more than half of the population, persons 34 years older and younger, are now living in an era that is safer than any other time in their entire lifetime. But, Mr. Speaker, and I recognize, I think, members of the Police Federation in the audience, in the gallery, that the large number, almost half the force, who have been recruited in recent years, would be in this category. Yes, yes, yes. Bright young Jamaicans coming on board, but they are committed to a safer Jamaica, and they are working hard as they adapt to the training provided by the leadership and deploying them across Jamaica. But they are grown with areas where, like in my own constituency, they used to have a problem doing homework because there were gunshots all night in the community. Young students had to depart from where they were living to go to another home where they could study in order to succeed. Several students had to provide the resources for them to relocate at times of exam. That is the reality they lived. Today, they are part of an institution as member of the Jamaica Constituency Force, restoring peace and good order in many of these communities. The rank and file members of the force, represented by the Police Federation, deserves highest commendation for their commitment and their work. Since the start of the year, up to June 21, 2025, a total of 738 firearms were seized, marking an 81% increase over the corresponding period in 2024. In addition, 39,776 rounds of ammunition have been recovered so far this year, which is about 7 times the number recovered for the similar period in 2024. This particular figure, Mr. Speaker, is most relevant. What it represents is an increasing level of trust by the community in the police. Yes, yes, yes. why I say that, Mr. Speaker, is that what I now look at, instead of large numbers of homicides all over, is that every morning I can see significant number of farms recovered by targeted operation. No one arrested and no reward requested, because the individuals are informing the police. Many of them young officers who they know from the community or from neighboring community, but they recognize and trust and provide them with the information to find the firearms that are killing Jamaicans. The trust in our police force is definitely on the rise because of the professionalism they are displaying. Mr. Speaker, murders are down, major crimes are down, gang activities are on the decline, and illegal firearms are being seized at record levels. These are not abstract statistics. These are lives saved, communities stabilized, families preserved. I understand in some communities no longer wants the title of Don. This is no coincidence. It's the result of deliberate planning, strategic investment, great leadership, evidence that Plan Secure Jamaica is working and will continue to work. We are, Madam Speaker, living in a moment of transformation. A transformation forward not just by policies and programs of this Andrew Holness-led government, but by a deep resolve to say enough is enough. Enough of our people living in fear, enough of disorder in our public spaces, and enough of the narrative that Jamaica must accept its higher level of murder as normal. This administration has made the bold choice to tackle crime and violence not just with enforcement, but with strategic vision. We have invested in the physical infrastructure of the police, the mobility and communication, the digital and technology infrastructure, leadership training, and clear command and control structures. The transformation is led by Jamaicans and implemented by Jamaicans. Bright young Jamaicans committed to a better future in their country. Yes. Every Jamaican can take pride when they listen to young officers speak about security in their community. Whether it is the superintendent child division, the deputy soup, or the sergeant or cop, whoever is brought before a camera at a crime scene today in Jamaica, nobody can, every Jamaican can take pride and speak with passion and with professional competence when they address the issues around them. In addition, we are investing in our police officers, recruiting and training more of them, bring the numbers to an establishment level, protecting them, respecting them, and calling on them to deliver quality, professional and accountable service to the Jamaican people. And they have delivered, Mr. Speaker. The officers of today, the rank and file, the leadership, the young officers in mid-level management have all worked together as a team in the Jamaica Constable Force, a force for good that we can be proud of. All their leadership, their federation today retains their concern about their welfare, and we continue to work with them to ensure not only that they have the professional training, but the welfare of the officers are taken care of, and that the combined effect of this kind of policy, led by this government, is to ensure that officers feel good about their profession. We can see the high morale of the force out there. Yes. They dress different, they look different, they operate different, they operate as one. It was not so long ago that the time when the rest of the Caribbean didn't want to talk to Jamaica about policing, you know. They didn't want to hear about Jamaican security. Today, they all want to refer to Jamaica. They want to be trained by our police officers. They want to have access to our work and deployment and strategies. Are willing to work with our Caribbean brothers to mitigate their problems and to prevent them getting where we went to. But perhaps the greatest achievement of all is that we have begun to restore trust and confidence in our police officers. My apologies. Repeat, Mr. Speaker, maybe the greatest success and the greatest, best reference of all, is that we have begun to restore the trust of the Jamaican people, as I alluded to earlier. Nowhere was this more powerfully demonstrated at the recent staging of Jamaica Constabulary Force Transformation, People, Quality and Technology Expo 2. It is only in its second iteration. The event is a resounding success, an inspiring testament to how the force has come and how deeply the public is believing in the police. Yes. This is beyond debate, as with what we have experienced at the National Arena and Montego Bay Community College this past weekend, June 1920. I've had many calls. The young people are saying they will want to join the police force. Retired police officers come to say they would like to rejoin them. And if they were young again, they would join the police force. It's a testament to the successful transformation of the force led by Jamaicans, implemented by Jamaicans on the policies that we have laid out in this government. Madam Speaker, I must refer to some of the communities where we refer to what is, we want to refer to as proximity policing. In communities like Norwood, Mount Salem, and Parade Gardens, residents are not merely surviving. Residents are not merely surviving. They are beginning to thrive. The zones of special operation where these communities fall, there are 7 of them, these are 3 I've named. They have brought new hope. They have brought in development in many areas as we proceed to the build phase. They have brought partnership between the citizens and the state. The social intervention committee, the dynamic committee of citizens, police, and others who work together in these communities to ensure that there is a development program that is built by both proper planning as well as working with the citizens in their place. We only have 77 communities, Mr. Speaker, but we'll be expanding and scaling this up because we have now proven the route to success. We have tried many things before, but for the first time we have a program that is working to reach the citizens in their homes with deep social intervention, get success, and restore hope to our people. It will not need this level of security in all cases. You have had experience in South Spring, Mr. Speaker, where the build phase literally went straight into the whole and build phase was initiated without the security clear and build. The Jamaica Constabulary Force, we are seeing in the Jamaica Constabulary Force, we are seeing the emergence of a new policing culture, one that is data-driven, citizen-focused, and led by men and women of integrity. This force is no longer the relic of a bygone era. It has become a model of modern Caribbean law enforcement to which many can look to as example. Madam Speaker, our achievements are not only statistical, they are cultural and institutional. We have reshaped the Jamaica Constabulary Force into a more resilient, professional, and citizen-driven focused institution. Mr. Speaker, I'd speak briefly again on the zones of special operation, where the atmosphere has changed so dramatically. You're aware of it, as I said, in South Spring here, but more dramatic in Norwood. Many would have had stories from Norwood of all kinds. I can assure you, of course, my constituency and some of the brightest people I know come out of Norwood. But I said we have had students who have had to move from one house to the other in order to let them study in time of exam. But it's an area where, again, we see norms returning. I referred earlier to the Wednesday night prayer meeting in the churches. Night football by youngsters in the square, futsal, has become a primary entertainment activity. They play football all night. In fact, they start at 10 at night and finish at 6 in the morning when it's not disturbing the church. And the reality for some families in the hotel industry, in the outsourcing industry, young women go to work and they'll have the late, they come off at 1 in the morning at the early morning shift, as the next shift comes on. Those traveling at those hours all had a risk. They were afraid to move. Those going to work didn't know how to, had to move out early from home and stop somewhere. Those coming home had challenges to go home. In fact, one father, the loving father's youngest daughter, indeed the father, I must tell my friend that I said, is a supervisor for that side. And he came to me, and this is not something I'm contriving, right in near Home Hill in Norwood. And he said to me, Minister, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for what you're doing. I couldn't sleep. My blood pressure was rising because at night I had to stay awake until my daughter come if she could get home. Sometimes she stayed. What? For 10 minutes to do it. No more than 10 minutes. Maybe 5.
Mr. Speaker.
Mike.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister's time for speaking having been expired, I beg to move that it be extended by 10 minutes to allow him to complete his presentation. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor for the extension of 10 minutes to the Speaker's time for him to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. If you turn your mic on, you may now continue.
Thank you, colleagues. So, you want to give me 20? All right. Our achievements, Madam Speaker, are not merely statistical data. We have reshaped the concept for into a more resilient, professional, and citizen-focused organization. Reduce fear of crime among residents in hotspot areas. Improve response time due to fleet modernization and effective communication. Increase and expanded police presence, proximity policing because we have increased in numbers of our police officers. Continued digitization of law enforcement apparatus, including digital ticketing, electronic station records, and case management systems, will drive the efficiency of the force and increase the interaction between police and citizens. They are better trained, better equipped, and more confident than ever before. They are not just seen as law enforcement officers, they are seen as professional community builders. This government has given the required financial policy and moral support. Madam Speaker, what we are doing is nothing short of rebuilding the pillars of the nation. The government has understood that national security is not just about crime. It's about the rule of law, economic opportunity, and about social justice. Let the record show that this government has been relentless and resolute and responsible. We have not merely responded to the symptoms of crime and violence. We have addressed the root causes. We have legislated with foresight and vision. We have invested with purpose and governed with compassion. But, Mr. Speaker, it must be emphasized, this is not the finish line. This is the foundation. We are building a new Jamaica for children and future Jamaican citizens. We are building communities where young people do not see a gang as their family. We are building institutions that reflect extent and inspire trust. The Jamaica Conservative Force. We are building a Jamaica that can attract investment, and not despite of our crime levels, but because of the peace we experience as a country. Mr. Speaker, we are building a Jamaica where public safety is not a privilege for a few, but a guarantee for all. As I close this year's sectoral debate, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Honis, whose vision of a strong, safe, and prosperous Jamaica continues to guide our every step. His leadership remains the compass by which we steer the ship called Jamaica, to the men and women of the Jamaican Conservative Force, the Jamaica Defense Force, and the wider security apparatus. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our progress. The successful investment of close to $90 billion by taxpayer dollars is dependent on the strong, efficient Ministry of National Security team, led by a committed Permanent Secretary and Chief Technical Directors, leaders of the public sector, as a central part of this progress of change and transformation. To the people of Jamaica, your resilience, your cooperation, your demand for better have made this transformation To the people of Jamaica, your resilience, your cooperation, your demand for better have made this transformation not only necessary but possible. The government came to office with a promise that we would never surrender the future of Jamaica to criminals. Cynics. Never surrender the future of Jamaica to criminals, cynics, or to those who are content with mediocrity. We have kept that promise. We have reclaimed our streets. We are reigniting national confidence in our police force and our institutions. We have reignited hope for people. As we look ahead, we say to Jamaican people, stay the course, trust the process, believe in the vision. Safety is not a dream, it is a right. Under this government, it is becoming a reality. Mr. Speaker, I wish to reaffirm the government's unwavering commitment to transforming Jamaica into a place of peace, order, and opportunity. To every Jamaican listening this afternoon, here and in the diaspora, you have a single decision to make in a very short time. Yes. The question is very simple. Who do you trust to keep you safe? President and his co-president, the Honorable Andrew Michael and his team of proven leaders. Choose the leadership that is getting the results. Choose the vision that delivers hope. Choose the government that dares to believe that Jamaica can and will be a place of peace and prosperity. Choose Jamaica, choose progress. Yes. Choose Prime Minister Andrew Michael. I want to commend the entire team, the entire institution of the Jamaica Constable Force, the officers, the rank and file, the young recruits, the representative, the Jamaica Police Federation, who maintains a very critical role in the culture of the police force and have demonstrated by their own action that what we have done and achieved will be sustainable. It is their own response and their work and activity that can give confidence and hope to the people of this country that they will never return ever to the kind of loose activity that surrounded the police force over many years. They will not allow the underinvestment and the decay of their institutions to again impact on good quality policing. We will provide the policy, we'll provide the framework, and we'll complete the job. But it's the institution of the force that will have to maintain and sustain the work we have achieved. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleagues in this House. May God continue to bless Jamaica. Land with love. I know. Mr. Speaker, the right tribe. We gave all the commendation. Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the motion moved on the 29th of April 2025 with respect to the plans and programs being pursued by the government in respect of ministries which were not included in the date on the appropriations bill be approved.
The question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The motion has been approved. House Leader.
Speaker, I now beg that there be a recommittal of the items on the agenda, beginning with announcements. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is that the motion be moved for a recommittal of the agenda, continuing from number 4, all the agenda items. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Announcement.
Laid on the table of the House are the following. Report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the Segregated Accounts, Companies Forms Regulations 2025. The General Consumption Tax Amendment Regulations 2025 and its resolution under the General Consumption Tax Act. And finally, the Integrity Commission's report of investigation concerning allegations of impropriety and procurement irregularities at the National Education Trust, NET. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Statement by ministers. Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives and its deliberation on the Segregated Accounts Companies Form Regulation 2025.
Notices of motion given orally. Question and answers to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, be it resolved that the reports of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives and its deliberations on the Segregated Accounts Companies Form Regulations 2025, which was laid on the table of House on the 24th day of June 2025, be adopted. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, whereas Section 63(1)(e) of the General Consumption Tax Act provides that the Minister may make regulations generally for giving effect to the provisions of this Act and, without prejudice to the generality of the foregoing, may make regulations for, among other things, prescribing the circumstances in which refund of tax may be given and the terms and conditions attached thereto. And whereas by virtue of Section 63A, any regulations made under paragraph E of subsection 1 shall be subject to affirmative resolution. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as the General Consumption Tax Amendment Regulations 2025 Resolution. The General Consumption Tax Amendment Regulations 2025, which were laid on the table of the House on the 24th day of June 2025, are hereby affirmed. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which was given. Mr. Speaker, I also beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, whereas by virtue of Section 61 of the Public Procurement Act, herein referred to as the Act, the Minister may make such regulations. Why? Which one? Notice of motion.
Mr. Speaker, just a matter of procedure there. The member has a notice to be given, at a later stage with regards to the procurement, which she will have an opportunity to do at a recommittal. I would beg that she does, in fact, the large-scale projects at this time. Mr. Speaker, another matter of procedure, the guidance from the technical team is that the member will in fact do these two notices after a recommittal with regards to notices of motions given orally. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Jamaica Tourist Board Act 2025.
Question and answers to questions. Motion that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to sitting of the House. Motion for leave to be introduced to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Jamaica Tourist Board Act 2025.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the minister to take the first reading of the bill shortly entitled the Jamaica Tourist Board Act 2025. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the bill to be read a first time.
A bill shortly entitled the Jamaica Tourist Board Act 2025 read a first time.
I beg to give notice of the second reading of the bill. And Mr. Speaker, I further wish to indicate that the debate will commence at the next sitting of the House.
House Leader. Announcement.
Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the earlier comments I made with regards to the matter of the motions given orally, I now move for a recommittal of the item announcements.
Also laid on the table of the House are the following: the large-scale projects tax relief application regulations 2025 and its resolution under the Large-Scale Projects and Pioneer Industries Tax Relief Act. And finally, the Public Procurement Amendment Regulations of 2025 and its resolution under the Public Procurement Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I now beg for recommittal of the item notices of motions given orally so as to enable the Minister of Finance to take these two motions.
Notices.
Mr. Speaker.
Notices of motion given orally.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, whereas Section 20 of the Large-Scale Projects and Pioneer Industries Tax Relief Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Minister may make regulations generally giving effect to the provision of the Act. And whereas on the 23rd day of June 2025, the Minister made the Large-Scale Projects Tax Relief Application Regulations 2025. And whereas subsection 2 of Section 20 of the Act provides that regulations made under subsection 1 of the section shall be subject to affirmative resolution. And whereas it is desirable that the Large-Scale Projects Tax Relief Application Regulations 2025 be affirmed by resolution, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as the Large-Scale Projects Tax Relief Application Regulations 2025 resolution. To the Large-Scale Projects Tax Relief Application Regulations 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 24th day of June 2025, is hereby affirmed. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which was given.
Mike.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, whereas by virtue of Section 61 of the Public Procurement Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, the Minister may make such regulations as she thinks fit to give full effect to the provisions of the Act, and without prejudice to the foregoing, regulations may prescribe provisions in relation to matters specified in paragraphs A to J of Section 61. And whereas on the 23rd day of June 2025, the Minister made the Public Procurement Amendment Regulation 2025, and whereas it is provided by Section 62 of the Act that regulations made under paragraphs A, C, E, F, and G of Section 61 of the Act shall be subject to affirmative resolution. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as the Public Procurement Amendment Regulations 2025 resolution. The Public Procurement Amendment Regulations 2025, which was laid on the table of the House. Mr. Speaker, could you...
Members.
Now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1, this resolution may be cited as the Public Procurement Amendment Regulations 2025 resolution to the Public Procurement Amendment Regulations 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 24th day of June 2025, is hereby affirmed. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which was given.
Mr. Speaker, just ahead of your proceeding to public business to enable the minister to take the regulations as indicated in our motion, I just want to remind the House that the way we are now is the ideal way to enable members to make their contribution as per the standing orders. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Public business.
Speaker, on the matter of public business, I ask you to invite the Minister of Finance to take the regulations, and then the member from St. Elizabeth Southeastern will also deal with this matter. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Name the motion, Madam.
The motion is the Public Procurement Act. It's a resolution that may be cited as the Public Procurement Amendment Regulations 2025 resolution to the Public Procurement Amendment Regulations 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 24th day of June.
Okay, Minister. The question is that the standing order be suspended to enable the Minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as this Honourable House is aware, the Public Procurement Act 2015 was recently amended by the Public Procurement Amendment Act 2025, the Amendment Act, effective March 27, 2025. These amendments corrected conceptual or fundamental deficiencies found in the Public Procurement Act, clarified procedural ambiguities, established a new competition threshold, and increased contract approval limits. Consequently, there is now need for correspondent amendments to the Public Procurement Regulations 2018, or the regulations, to ensure legislative concurrence, enabling the achievement of anticipated improvements to public procurement practice. Mr. Speaker, this Honourable House may also recall that these public procurement regulations, the Public Procurement Review and Reconsideration Regulations, and the Public Procurement Registration and Classification of Suppliers Regulations were brought into effect by appointed day notice, along with the Public Procurement Amendment Act 2018 on April 1, 2019. It is within this context, Mr. Speaker, that I'm pleased to table in this Honourable House today the Public Procurement Amendment Regulations 2025. This amendment is being made pursuant to the regulation making powers set out in Section 60 of the Public Procurement Act. Mr. Speaker, I will now proceed to present specific provisions of the regulations. These regulations are entitled the Public Procurement Amendment Regulations 2025. Mr. Speaker, the preamble sets out the statutory context within which we are seeking to promulgate them. We then come to the enacting provision, Mr. Speaker, and move to Regulation 1, which sets out the name of the regulations. Regulation 2C, Mr. Speaker, is updated to reflect the new terminology, competition threshold, thereby standardizing the regulations with the language introduced in the Amendment Act. Recall that the competition threshold allows a procuring entity to restrict competition in the manner that best accommodates the circumstances of the procurement, and in particular provides for restriction of competition on the basis of the estimated contract price. It is an improvement and replacement of the term procurement method threshold. Regulation 7 has been repealed and replaced to take account of the treatment by the primary legislation of procurement in emergency circumstances, and in relation to single source procurement, it clarifies the onus on procuring entities to satisfy themselves that value for money will be achieved before awarding a procurement contract by single source procurement. Mr. Speaker, I must say that value for money is important in every procurement procedure. However, in single source procurement, given the typical power asymmetry in those negotiations, procuring entities must exercise great care to ensure that each dollar is properly spent and should be able to demonstrate the value in the single source transaction. Regulation 8 is amended to align with the new competition threshold terminology and specifies procurement methods based on competition thresholds as set out in Part 1 of the first schedule, which treats with works, and Part 2 of the first schedule, which deals with goods and services. The term value limit threshold is also replaced by competition threshold for consistency. Mr. Speaker, Regulation 17 is amended to clarify that for the purposes of assessing a bidder's eligibility, the determination of its tax compliance is to be made on the date of the deadline for bid submissions and not the date on which a supplier submits the bid. The regulation also recognizes that some suppliers have no tax obligations in Jamaica or elsewhere. In those cases, once verified by the Tax Administration of Jamaica, tax compliance requirements would not apply to those bidders. Regulation 33, which treats with advance payment and security, is repealed and replaced with clearer provisions that outline the process for advance payment requests and the conditions under which they can be made. In summary, contractors may request advance payment from procuring entities in respect of the procurement contract or contracts awarded. The advance payment security must match the amount requested by the contractor, and it cannot exceed 50% of the contract value unless approved according to the tiered thresholds, tiers 1, 2, and 3, which have been individually increased in their values and set out in the second schedule of these amendment regulations. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, Regulation 33 now reflects that where the contractor defaults in the completion of the procurement contract, the procuring entity reserves the right to forfeit the advance security payment in accordance with the terms of the advance payment security. Mr. Speaker, Regulation 39 is also amended to allow for shorter timeframes for bid notifications upon request in writing to the Public Procurement Commission. This now allows procuring entities to have greater flexibility in their bid advertisement timeline prior to that actual solicitation process and once it is deemed necessary or properly justified. Mr. Speaker, I wish to advise this Honourable House that the first schedule has been repealed and replaced. The first schedule now details levels of competition and corresponding procurement methods for works, goods, and services. Take, for instance, in the procurement of contracts for works, where open international level of competition may be deployed for the procurement methods, the following methods may be used: international competitive bidding, national competitive bidding, requests for proposals with consecutive negotiation, and requests for proposals without negotiation. While open national level of competition can be done using national competitive bidding, requests for proposals with consecutive negotiation, and the request for proposals without negotiation procurement methods. Additionally, restricted competition level of competition for works can be done through restrictive bidding with a minimum of 3 selected suppliers. These measures are expected to not only improve decision-making accuracy, but would allow for improved transactional efficiency while respecting the importance of competition. Mr. Speaker, I must say that you would notice that even in the case of open international competition, which would ordinarily be selected for very high-value contracts, procuring entities may invite participation from local suppliers only. This was always the case, Mr. Speaker, since the 2015 Act, but it is worth highlighting. Some local suppliers have demonstrated their capability for high-value complex work, and we should be internally focused so that we may benefit from their expertise and continue our commitment to our public procurement policy as a lever to increase local competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, the second schedule of the regulations is revised to define procurement contract approval limits, categorized into 3 tiers with updated contract values as follows. Tier 1, which is for contracts less than or equal to 60 million Jamaican dollars that require the approval of the head of the procuring entity. Tier 2, which is for contracts greater than 60 million Jamaican dollars up to 100 million Jamaican dollars, requiring the approval of both the head of the procuring entity and the Public Procurement Commission. And Tier 3, which is for contracts worth over 100 million Jamaican dollars, requiring the approval of both the head of the procuring entity, the Public Procurement Commission, and the Cabinet. In closing, Mr. Speaker, the Public Procurement Amendment Regulations are a proactive response to the evolving demands of public procurement in Jamaica. They align the country's procurement practices with international standards, improve confidence among stakeholders, and support Jamaica's broader goals of sustainable development, institutional integrity, and fiscal prudence. As public procurement remains a cornerstone of national development, these reforms ensure the system is more robust, equitable, and capable of withstanding scrutiny, particularly in high-stakes or emergency situations. Mr. Speaker, I therefore ask this Honourable House to affirm these regulations.
Mr. Speaker, procurement has been a bugbear for this administration, and if you look at the inability to spend the full amount of the capital budget, procurement has been one of those issues, and we have long called for reforms which can make it easier for public entities to spend the monies that are needed for public services. So we don't have any objection to what is being proposed. We hope that the implementation will move swiftly. I mean, I had a very practical example through the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. They provided to members of parliament a small grant of $4 million. And he said to me he had to get two providers. And I said, but I mean, so let me just give you the example. He sent it out first, and nobody responded. And I said, nobody is going to respond. I mean, the time it takes and the administrative work, it just doesn't make sense. So I'm just using the example to say we have to make it simpler, and what you have proposed is a step in the right direction. So we have no objection, and we hope that we can move speedily to ensure that projects can get going. It simply takes too long for things to be done within the government service.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
The question is that the motion, notice of which the minister gave earlier, be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The motion has been approved.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier. And this is the GCT.
The question is that the standing order be suspended to enable the minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved. Oh. In relation, no, I'm sorry. No, hold on. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, this Honorable House will recall that a number of revenue measures were announced as part of my budget presentation earlier this year on the 11th of March. The revenue measures related to, among other things, amendment to the General Consumption Tax, GCT tax, and these are outlined in Ministry Paper 09/2025 as follows: an increase in the GCT threshold and the reform of GCT treatment applied to the supply of electricity. These measures were implemented by Provisional Collection of Tax, General Consumption Tax Order 2025, which were confirmed in the House on the 10th of June 2025. Mr. Speaker, in order to effectively administer the reform, the General Consumption Tax Return Form 4A has to be amended. I therefore ask this House to approve the General Consumption Tax Amendment Regulations 2025 and General Consumption Tax Amendment Regulations 2025 resolution.
The question is that the standing order be suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
The question is that the standing order, the motion, notice of which the minister gave earlier, be approved. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This motion is approved.
Large scale. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, and this is regarding the large-scale projects tax relief application regulations.
The question is that the standing order be suspended to enable the minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this Honourable House is reminded that the Large-Scale Projects and Pioneer Industries Tax Relief Act 2025 was passed in both Houses of Parliament in May of this year, with no amendments and support from both sides of the aisle. During the debate, Mr. Speaker, it was indicated that regulations would be tabled in this House to support the Large-Scale Projects and Pioneer Industries Tax Relief Act. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, the large-scale projects tax relief application regulations 2025 is hereby being presented for tabling in the House of Representatives today. Mr. Speaker, the House should recall that the Large-Scale Projects and Pioneer Industries Tax Relief Act 2025 outlines a regime that allows for the provision of incentives to projects that are considered to make a substantial contribution to Jamaica's economic growth and national development. Importantly, these projects should be aligned with the strategic priorities of the government of Jamaica. The Act is therefore designed to encourage projects with large capital investments and to stimulate job creation and growth within the economy. Mr. Speaker, the regulations before you today have been crafted to clearly set out the requirements for approval, as well as streamline the application process for entities seeking to receive the benefits provided under the Act. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, the proposed regulations set out the required criteria for designation of an approved large-scale project, in addition to the required criteria for declaration of an approved participant. Mr. Speaker, the regulations also include the relevant forms to be utilized to apply for the benefits and stipulate the supporting documents that should accompany these forms as part of the application process. The regulations provide for the fees to be charged for each administrative function in the Act and the necessary reports to be provided annually by applicants who are successful in the application process. Mr. Speaker, I will now go through the regulations. I thought so. So Regulation 1, Mr. Speaker, is a citation. It establishes the formal title of the regulations. Regulation 2 is the application for certificate of approval, Form 1 schedule, and this provides for the application process and documentary requirements for an application to become an approved participant under Section 6 of the Principal Act. Regulation 3, an application for designation as approved large-scale project, Form 3. This provides for the application process and documentary requirements for the designation of a project as a large-scale project under the Principal Act. This regulation also provides administrative, procedural, compliance, or transitional provisions under the regulations. Regulations 4, notification of grant or refusal of certificate of approval after conditional approval. This provides timelines, 120 days for the notification of a grant or refusal of a certificate of approval. Regulation 5, these are the fees. This regulation prescribes the relevant fees for major change, for amendment of the certificate of approval, and for additional fees for additional investigation/review. Regulation 6, breach of condition or other obligation. This provides the penalty for breach of conditions or any obligations under the regulations. Regulation 7, reporting requirements, provides for the reporting requirements of approved participants under the Act. And finally, Regulation 8, transitional, provides that any large-scale project already approved by the government will not be obligated to pay the application fees imposed by the regulations. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I now invite members of this Honourable House to support the passage of the large-scale projects tax relief application regulations 2025. Mr. Speaker, before I get to that, I'd love to read some amendments to the Large-Scale Project and Pioneer Industries Tax Relief Act Regulation 2025 Resolution. On page 1, the second paragraph of the resolution amends the date to reflect 23rd day of June 2025 instead of the 29th day of April 2025. And on page 6, replace the marginal note for regulation to be transitional instead of reporting requirement. And page 7, the schedule form 1, remove the title, the Income Tax Act, and replace it with the Large-Scale Projects and Pioneer Industry Tax Relief Act. And on page 10 of the schedule form 2, remove the title, the Income Tax Act, and replace it with the Large-Scale Projects and Pioneer Industry Tax Relief Act. And then also remove the word income in the title, approval for large-scale projects and pioneer industries. So instead of, in parentheses, income tax relief, it should just be tax relief. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, for the large-scale projects and pioneer industries tax relief act be approved.
The question is that the motion, notice of which the minister gave earlier, be approved. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This motion was approved. Member from Southeast, St. Elizabeth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
This notice is asked for the suspension of the standing order. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the motion be approved.
The floor that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, it's been a long day. I want to thank members for enabling this particular sitting and particularly for the energy that has attended the debates that have started and concluded this evening with regards to the sectoral presentations against the appropriations budget. Mr. Speaker, is not intended to do any further business for the day. I therefore beg to move that this Honorable House be adjourned for a date to be fixed. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned.